Pentagon launches investigation, claims it's just a casual chat. Like a kid caught with a hand in the cookie jar, they swear it's just a misunderstanding.
Trump dismantles environmental safeguards in 7 days, claims it's progress. It's like burning the house down and calling it an innovative heating solution.
Pentagon initiates thorough review of Sen, Mark Kelly after Trump's seditious behavior accusation. When the truth becomes an endangered species, every whisper sounds like treason.
Only 30% of city dwellers love their location, and realtors call it a charming opportunity. When your heart's GPS reroutes from escape to embrace, maybe it's the potholes and overpriced lattes that finally win you over.
NFL nominates 41 players as Hall of Fame semifinalists, calls it a celebration of legends. When everyone gets a trophy, even the Hall of Fame feels like a participation award. Welcome to the era of eternal almost greatness.
Hollywood studios label Asian-led films as risky, then wonder why diversity is declining. It's a groundbreaking strategy. Blame the audience for your own lack of imagination and call it market research.
Only 20% of industrial music fans listen to Holiday, and the band calls it a niche success. When your audience is smaller than a mosh pit, but louder than a boardroom, you redefine success 1 decibel at a time.
Only 4% of child soldiers find lasting asylum, and immigration calls it a security measure. When a past of forced violence meets bureaucratic indifference, justice becomes a twisted game of hide and seek with human lives as the stakes.
When a corporation slip-up becomes a consumer's dream, it's like winning the lottery only to have the prize snatched back by the taxman.
Generation Investment Management raises $200 million, calls it eco-heroism. When rich folks buy back the forest they helped destroy, it's like burning down your house just to sell the ashes as souvenirs.
Ethiopian volcano erupts after 12,000 years and TikTok calls it a trend. When Mother Nature finally speaks up after millennia, it's a shame her audience is more interested in filming than listening.
When even the
Analysts suggest Jack Dorsey could be Satoshi Nakamoto, then marvel at the beard's ability to hide secrets. If Jack Dorsey's behind Bitcoin, maybe his real legacy isn't social media, but the art of dodging credit for world-changing tech.
Diddy sports grey hair and bushy beard in latest Fort Dix prison photo, but his net worth remains unchanged. Turns out, even in prison, Diddy's style evolves faster than the justice system's ability to keep up with celebrity transformations.
Feelings auctioneers plans to sell John Bonham's velvet suit. Because nothing screams rock and roll legacy like a blue velvet suit, right? Add it to your collection, and maybe you'll finally hit those Bonham drum fills.
US government bails out Wall Street titans, sends taxpayers the bill and calls it economic stability. Turns out the American dream now comes with a side of debt and a garnish of inequality. But hey, at least the billionaires are sleeping well at night, tucked in by your tax dollars.
UK Chancellor hikes taxes on betting firms, then their stocks rebound like a gambler's lucky streak. Looks like the house always wins, even when it's hit with a tax bill. Meanwhile, the rest of us keep rolling the dice on whether our public services will get their fair share.
Trump calls female reporters ugly after Piggy, then wonders why his popularity among women plummets. When your vocabulary is stuck in a schoolyard, don't be surprised when your report card reads needs improvement. Maybe it's time to learn that respect is the real beauty.
When your job involves dodging digital hurricanes, every botnet sounds like a broken record. But hey, at least there's job security in chaos.
Only 5% of crossword solvers share their time, and Slate calls it community. Because nothing says friendship like broadcasting how slow your brain is on a Monday morning. But hey, at least you're not alone in the struggle.
Only 70% of bargoers can sing the anthem's chorus, and beer companies call it cultural literacy because nothing unites a room full of strangers like shouting incoherently about lost loves and bad decisions to a catchy tune. Cheers to unity in inebriation.
Trump demands re-examination of Afghan arrivals under Biden, then claims it's about national security. Like a magician with a broken wand, Trump distracts with immigration fear while ignoring the real tricks of domestic policy failure. Presto, change your blame-o.
South Africa's murder rate hits 959% above G20 average, and the government calls it a statistical anomaly. When the truth is blood red, spin it like it's a misunderstood Jackson Pollock, artful dodging, South Africa style.
Chilean authorities tighten border as Venezuelan migrants flee, claiming it's a precautionary measure. Fear of a trickle turning into a flood is a classic case of politicians mistaking compassion for weakness and empathy for a threat.
Russian tourists flood into Jan, making 2025 a record-breaking year, while Moscow insists they are just here for the weather. Looks like Jan is the new Crimea, but with more sun and fewer tanks, and tourists doubling as unofficial ambassadors of strategic leisure.
ICE Futures Europe president backs central banks, claiming they stabilize markets, while the rest of us wonder if it's just a financial house of cards. Apparently, when you're the president of futures, the future conveniently ignores inflation, inequality, and the common folks' empty wallets.
Pop rock band PML releases Contigo on YouTube, but only 5% of the audience knows they exist. In the age of viral fame, being a hidden gem just means you're buried under an avalanche of algorithmic indifference.
Trump administration leaves nearly 200,000 Ukrainians in legal limbo, calls it immigration reform. Turns out the fine print on Land of the Free includes a clause for selective acceptance, especially for those caught in political crossfire.
French authorities arrest 3 in Paris for suspected Russian espionage, label it a routine security measure.
Holiday wish lists feature $11 Barbies and $800 iPhones, showcasing the affordability gap in childhood dreams.
Only 50% of Americans face neurological disorders, and research calls this a mere headache. If half the nation's brains are battling migraines and more, maybe it's time to question who's really running the asylum.
UK grants 3-year stamp duty tax break for new stocks. City execs demand permanent relief. When your financial strategy is a tax holiday, it's like handing out aspirin for a broken leg, temporary relief, but still hobbling.
Microsoft unveils humanist superintelligence strategy, touts it as ethical AI revolution. Yet when tech giants preach humanity, it's like the fox promising henhouse reform, expect feathers, not empathy, to fly.
Philadelphia Eagles lose 3-score lead, redefine collapse in Week 12. Looks like the Eagles took fly, Eagles fly, a bit too literally, soaring high only to crash spectacularly against the Cowboys.
Bitcoin tumbles again, erasing stock gains, and Wall Street calls it a correction. When a digital coin's mood swings dictate market moves, it's like trusting a weather vane to chart your life's course. Prepare for storms.
Looks like the future of work is just one algorithm away from erasing the last shred of personal responsibility.
UK markets struck post-budget and officials dub it a reality check. When the economic fairy tale crashes into the harsh light of day, it turns out the emperor's new clothes are a little threadbare.
Macron plans voluntary military conscription, calling it a modern civic duty. Because nothing says freedom quite like choosing to play soldier in the name of national unity. Who needs compulsory when you can have peer pressure?
Putin declares Russia's victory inevitable after tiny advances in 2025 because delusion is the new strategy.
Wall Street bets on rate cuts, stocks rise despite economic uncertainty. Because who needs a stable economy when you can gamble on the Fed's next move? It's the financial equivalent of playing Russian roulette with a Nerf gun.
Harmony's gold photo widget launches at $50.
Scientists simulate electronic warfare against Starlink, targets much of satellite network. It's like a cosmic game of battleships, but with real satellites and the world's most eccentric billionaire. Who knew the space race would turn into a high-tech version of Capture the Flag?
Australian senator condemned for burqa stunt angers parliament. When your political strategy is a costume change, you've gone from legislator to performance artist. What's next? A mime routine to ban free speech.
Pfizer's mod RNA flu shot beats standard vaccines by 34.5% for influenza A, yet shrugs at influenza B. In the battle against the sniffles, Pfizer's shot takes the lead. Unless it's a B-side, then the flu still gets an encore.
President pardons turkeys, ignores human rights abuses. Nothing says compassionate leadership like saving a bird while leaving millions to roast in the policy oven. Gobble, gobble, priorities.
Apple claims the top phone maker title, dethroning Samsung after a decade with the iPhone 17's flashy debut.
In a world where algorithms decide our playlists, the soulful genius of Isaac Hayes gets lost in the digital noise. Keep the funk alive, people.
Pentagon investigates Sen, Mark Kelly for video on unlawful orders, then insists on blind obedience. When a senator gets probed for promoting integrity, you know the military-industrial complex is clutching its pearls. Who knew honesty could be so subversive?
Trump launches AI initiative, likened to the Manhattan Project, promising a future of innovation, or maybe just another rerun of dystopia. Strap in, folks. This could be the dawn of a new era, or just a high-budget sequel to the same old power plays.
European tech sector claims recovery, yet vulnerabilities and alarm signals persist. When your recovery plan sounds like a fire alarm, maybe it's time to rethink the blueprint. But hey, who cares when there's an app for that?
Only 20% of new music releases reach the charts, and Reddit calls this progress.
Ministers approve 750 Mauner's Marlow Film Studios, then call it a cultural renaissance. Building a film studio while the NHS crumbles is like buying a yacht when your house is on fire. Flashy, but it won't save you.
Auto industry seeks rare earth-free motors, claims it's eco-friendly progress. Because nothing says sustainability like swapping one environmental disaster for another, all while pretending it's the second coming of Green Jesus.
Trump shapes bets on Latin America, then traders hunt for the next Argentina. As if the tango wasn't chaotic enough, now it's danced to the tune of Trump's political playlist, with emerging markets swaying like a drunken marionette.
Only 20% of African nations embrace solar power, and governments call it revolutionary. When the sun's been shining for billions of years, but it takes this long to get a clue, you know bureaucracy is the real eclipse.
Justice Department imposes rent algorithm limits, then landlords lament their profit margins. It's a classic case of tech meets greed, where landlords used algorithms like crystal balls to inflate rents, and now the wizards are crying foul as their magical price hikes face a reality check.
Nvidia reports record chip demand, yet stock prices tumble like a Jenga tower.
When your financial future hinges on silicon and the marketplace Jenga with your dreams, it's the .com déjà vu you didn't order.
Only 5% of phages show movement in the gut, and scientists call it a breakthrough. When your gut's microbiome is more stable than the global economy, maybe it's time to invest in yogurt instead of tech stocks.
Oil prices drop amid Ukraine peace talks, yet the environment remains a casualty. In the grand chess game of geopolitics, oil is the pawn that never gets to be queen, always sacrificed on the altar of peace talks while we continue to choke on fossil fumes.
UK police deny anti-Semitism risk as main reason for Maccabi Tel Aviv match ban, despite fan concerns. When a football match becomes a political football, you've got to wonder if the goalposts are actually moving or just invisible.
As the nation swipes its collective credit card, remember, there's no receipt for planetary burnout and no returns on the emotional debt of chasing joy in a shopping cart.
Guinea-Bissau soldiers seize power claiming stability, then arrest the president for destruction.
Mario Rosini's Tropico debuts in Italy. When
Pentagon deploys new drones claiming peace as they redefine collateral damage with precision. When your peacekeepers come with a remote control, it's hard to tell if they're delivering justice or just another aerial dystopia in high definition.
Australia's Bureau of Meteorology spends millions on website redesign. When it takes a storm of cash to build a website, you realize even forecasts come with a side of fiscal fog.
When your own squad and the opposition both hit the brakes, maybe it's time to rethink the GPS, not just redraw the lines.
Lanthanides power new LED tech, promising brighter screens but still can't light up your dating life. Even with cutting-edge LED tech, the only thing glowing in your room is the reminder of how single you are.
Only 40% of ZZ top fans know Lagrange is about a brothel, and Spotify calls it a classic. In a twist of irony, the song's about paying for thrills.
Q launches Edit Digital Commons, promises resilience but delivers theocracy. When your grand digital vision sounds like a corporate retreat agenda, maybe it's time to swap the buzzwords for some actual tech wizardry.
U.S. envoy demands Sudanese generals accept ceasefire plan, then flies back to comfort and air conditioning. It's the diplomatic equivalent of tossing a Band-Aid into a war zone and hoping it sticks. Peace talks from a distance, courage at 20,000 feet.
The art of diplomatic avoidance, when you'd rather chew glass than have a conversation, but need a polite excuse to dodge the bullet.
U.S. solar growth nearly offsets rising energy use, but the grid still panics about data centers' insatiable hunger. It's like trying to fill a bottomless pit with a teaspoon while tech giants sit back and watch the spectacle with popcorn.
Mamandani labels Trump a fascist post-meeting, proving diplomacy doesn't require belief. It's like shaking hands with a crocodile and still calling it a predator. Sometimes the truth just snaps right back at you.
Hong Kong towers blaze for a second day, raising the death toll to 65 as officials offer thoughts and prayers. When your city's skyline becomes a pyre, empty gestures are as useful as a fire extinguisher in a volcano.
Obamacare premiums surge while Republicans hold meetings on whether to blame Obama or the weather. When healthcare becomes a luxury, it's easier to play hot potato with blame than to actually fix the system.
It's like celebrating a discount on a sinking ship. Sure, it floats for now, but we all know where this is heading.
It's like watching someone juggle flaming swords while standing on quicksand. Entertaining, yet inevitably disastrous.
Scientists decode ancient DNA from Shimao. Turns out, the past's biggest secret was that class warfare isn't just a modern invention, it's practically a human tradition.
Nebraska Governor dodges funding for SNAP and Head Start, while lawmakers attempt a special session intervention. It's like trying to squeeze blood from a stone, only the stone is an elected official sitting on a pile of taxpayer cash.
Warner Music Group collaborates with AI voices, crafting synthetic Ed Sheeran and Dua Lipa tracks, because authenticity is just too passé. Welcome to the future of music, where your favorite artists are reduced to algorithms and your playlist is curated by Skynet's cooler cousin.
Gunmen storm paramilitary HQ in Peshawar, detonating suicide bomb at the gate, bringing the chaos straight to the doorstep. When your morning commute involves dodging explosions, You've got to wonder if there's a loyalty program for frequent terror targets.
Venezuela enlists Chevron for feedstock supplies after US warship blocks Russian vessel. When your geopolitical chess game involves oil and naval blockades, it's less about strategy and more about who can outbluff the other with the biggest toy boats.
Nature charges €99 annually for access to disaster research, but earthquakes, hurricanes, and floods don't take MasterCard. When life's a natural disaster and knowledge is locked behind a paywall, it feels like the apocalypse has a subscription model.
NASA captures Martian micro-lightning with Perseverance rover after years without proper equipment. When it takes interplanetary travel and cutting-edge tech to hear a Martian whisper, you know the universe is just playing hard to get.
Grandmother Tortoise celebrated her 138th birthday, outliving empires while humans barely managed a century. When a tortoise outlasts our greatest endeavors, maybe it's time to rethink who the real evolutionary success story is.
Neymar scored 0 Ballon d'Ors, despite being hailed as the next Ronaldo, then blames bad luck. When the spotlight fades, some stars burn out, while others just get lost in the transfer fees.
Navan Inc. secures Wall Street buy ratings, despite $923 a million IPO slump.
Tech giants lower GPU prices, then RAM costs skyrocket to astronomical heights. It's a classic bait and switch. Just when you think you've saved on pixels, you're paying a fortune for memory.
Ukraine revises U.S. peace plan, then sparks diplomatic whiplash.
Elon Musk's X outs MAGA influencers as foreign trolls, boosting transparency. Looks like the America First movement outsourced its patriotism. Turns out when you peel back the curtain, the stars and stripes are made in China.
Argentina plans Jerusalem embassy, then calls it a diplomatic tango.
In the land of skyscrapers, safety protocols seem to be as transparent as smog. When every second counts, bureaucracy shouldn't take the lead.
Tesla stock plummets as European sales crash and regulatory approval for key tech remains elusive. When the road ahead looks like a cliff, it's hard to keep cruising on autopilot. Maybe Elon needs a new map, or a parachute.
Texas A&M claims nanoflowers can reverse aging, then patents the fountain of youth. When your anti-aging breakthrough sounds like a sci-fi gardening project, it's either a miracle or a marketing fail.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth demands Senator Mark Kelly's recall.
Reddit user Mendes Poetry shares Ali Kate's Dear Dad, then links to a heartstring tugging YouTube video. Because nothing says I love you, Dad, like broadcasting your emotional baggage to the internet for upvotes and validation.
Only 6% of drivers return after a decade, and insurance companies call it a risk factor. Welcome to the world where nostalgia costs a premium, and the open road is paved with insurance paperwork. Maybe invest in a bicycle instead.
US leveraged loans face strain after buyers yanked billions from funds, calling it market adjustment. It's like watching a high-stakes poker game where the players suddenly realize they're holding monopoly money and the bank's out of get-out-of-jail-free cards.
McKinsey cuts 200 tech jobs, shifts roles to AI, calling it innovation. When your job security is replaced by a chatbot with a better resume, you know the future's here to shrink your paycheck, not your workload.
Germany buys 50% more EVs than France, calls it green revolution. Apparently, the Autobahn is now a racetrack for Mother Nature's poster children, where speed limits are still a suggestion, but emissions are not.
Novo Nordisk's Alzheimer's drug flops still labels it a success.
Campbell's Soup faces shutdown in Florida all over a secret audio tape. Nothing spices up your chicken noodle like a dash of scandal. Just make sure your pantry's stocked with plausible deniability.
Czech military trains with FPV drones for trench warfare, calls it modernization. Because nothing says progress like combining World War I tactics with 21st century tech, proving nostalgia is the true warhorse of innovation.
One mile on a bike nets society 42 cents, but 1 mile driving loses 20 cents. Turns out, 2 wheels are not only better for your health, but also your wallet, while 4 wheels are just an expensive way to sit in traffic.
Russia deploys 113 shadow vessels using false flags, calls it resourceful diplomacy. In the grand tradition of pirates and politicians, Russia's maritime masquerade turns sanctions into a mere suggestion, proving deception is the real oil slick.
Veterans slam Trump and Pentagon, demanding accountability in a viral video. When those who serve start calling out the commander-in-chief, you know it's not just about saluting the flag, but standing up for the truth.
Because nothing says land of the free like dragging a senator back into uniform for a military trial over speaking inconvenient truths.
UBS claims US stock sell-off is over, promises year-end rally.
Deep Fission proposes burying reactors a mile underground, claims it's eco-friendly. Of course, nothing says safety first, like hiding nuclear fission under 1 billion tons of rock, as if Mother Earth needed another surprise in her core.
Fortress sells Caribbean hotels for $465 million, financed by municipal bonds. Because nothing says local empowerment like selling paradise back to the people with a debt package tied up in a bow.
UBS forecasts unending Hong Kong IPO momentum despite economic roller coaster. Hope springs eternal when profit margins are at stake, but let's see how long the hype train runs without brakes.
Washington, D.C. police shoot 2 National Guard members, then claim it was a training exercise. Because nothing says protect and serve like mistaking real people for cardboard cutouts in the nation's capital.
Microsoft struggles to convert enterprise domination into AI chatbot success despite its tech empire. When you're king of the corporate hill but can't convince anyone to chat, maybe it's time to rethink the crown.
Only 30% of US Latinos approve of Trump, and he calls it a mandate. When 70% of a group gives you the thumbs down, maybe it's time to check if you're still on the right channel.
JPM Morgan predicts S&P 500 will rise 20% by 2027, ignoring today's market jitters. In finance, it's all bull until the market makes a bear out of you, predicting 4 years out, past the crystal ball.
Nothing says leadership like a digital tantrum with extra caps lock.
Canada approves Anglo-Tex merger on national security grounds, ignoring the environmental elephant in the room. When corporate giants merge under the guise of security, it's the planet that gets bulldozed. National security or national sellout.
When tech giants bury transparency under an avalanche of algorithms, democracy gets buried too. Who needs accountability when you've got a good algorithm, right?
Only 50% of seahorse males survive childbirth, and evolution calls it parenting. Who knew fatherhood came with a built-in fanny pack and a chance of mortality? Nature's way of saying, men, step it up or step aside.
Apple slashes dozens of sales positions, then touts innovation. When innovation means fewer jobs, the only thing getting upgraded is the bottom line. Turns out the future is wireless and jobless.
When existential dread gets a melody, even punk anthems start sounding like holiday specials.
Former Trump lawyer claims Constitution can't handle evil Trump, then questions its durability. When your legal safety net is as reliable as a paper umbrella in a hurricane, maybe it's time to upgrade the framework. History's calling for a reboot.
CIA confirms suspect in Washington, D.C. shooting had agency ties, then claims it's just a coincidence. When your ex-spy gig turns into a real-life action thriller, maybe it's time for the CIA to rethink its casting choices.
UEFA charges Chelsea fans for chanting, then sells more tickets to the same fans. When the beautiful game becomes a cash cow, the only winners are the ones counting the gate receipts.
Jackson Browne announced his son Ethan's death at 52, leaving fans in mourning. In a world where time never feels long enough, the loss of a loved one echoes like a song that ends too soon.
Only 15% of gun club members support gun control, and the NRA calls it progress. When the revolution wears a rainbow beret, the old guard's trigger fingers get itchy, while their rhetoric gets stuck on safety.
Researchers claim muscles keep brains young, but ignore the irony of a society glued to screens.
Australian government proposes 15 environmental law reforms, calls it compromise. Like a koala hugging an oil rig, the dance of legislative half measures seduces some, but nature's not swayed by a whispered sweet nothing.
Zelensky declares peace plan doable after tweaks, but the war drums still drown out the dialogue. Even as amendments sprinkle hope like confetti, the real party starts when the last tank rolls home, not when the ink dries on paper.
Crypto crash stifles US IPOs, postpones streams of digital gold. Like a magician without a rabbit, the IPO market waits, empty hat in hand, as crypto's promise of alchemy flounders in the harsh light of economic reality.
Trump shortens workdays citing fatigue, but still claims he's got the stamina of a marathon runner. Aging might be the one opponent he can't tweet into submission, but hey, at least his golf game is getting all the executive time it needs.
US Treasury rally stalls investors brace for data drought. It's the financial equivalent of waiting for Godot, except Godot's a spreadsheet and nobody's sure if he's stuck in traffic or just took a wrong turn at the last fiscal quarter.
Jakarta surpasses Tokyo in population. UN celebrates urban sprawl. When your city's biggest export becomes traffic jams and smog, it's time to rethink what winning looks like. Welcome to the concrete jungle's new king.
UK Chancellor Reeves drafts budget for bond investors and Labour, but someone's bound to leave the dance without a corsage. Balancing fiscal responsibility with party promises is like juggling chainsaws while riding a unicycle. Exciting to watch, but someone's losing a limb.
Stevie Wonder sings For Once in My Life and the world feels a little less lost. In a universe of chaos, Stevie reminds us that sometimes the universe forgets to be cool and lets love win, if only for a song's length.
When peace is just a bedtime story told to restless nations, leaders must decide if they want to be the authors of history or its villains.
FCC ditches cybersecurity duty for telecoms, claims it's about innovation. When the fox is left to guard the henhouse, expect a feast of feathers and a side of breech salad.
Starbucks Malaysia reports rebound post-boycotts, but the latte art still can't hide the bitter aftertaste of political fallout. Sipping corporate coffee while ignoring global conflicts is like stirring cream into a guilt frap, sweet on top, but the bitter base remains.
Republican candidates sidestep Planned Parenthood shooting, pivot to gun rights. When thoughts and prayers are cheaper than empathy, humanity ends up paying the price in blood-soaked rhetoric and hollow condolences.
EU court mandates same-sex marriage recognition, yet some leaders still clutch their pearls like it's a new fashion trend. When love becomes law, the only real protest is from those who think equality is a limited edition.
Thrift stores slash prices for Black Friday, proving capitalism can even squeeze the pennies from second-hand jeans. When the hunt for bargains turns into a contact sport, consumerism's grip tightens, leaving wallets and ethics equally threadbare.
Only 3% of music fans admit to knowing Glenn Porter, and Spotify's algorithm calls it a breakthrough. When even the obscure trip-hop tracks get a spotlight, it's clear the algorithm's playing a game of musical chairs with our playlists.
Chicago man sets train passenger on fire despite 72 prior arrests that scream system failure louder than a derailed locomotive.
U.S. judge dismisses cases against James Comey and Letitia James, then calls it justice. When justice is a boomerang, it's hard to tell if it's coming back or just spinning in circles for dramatic effect.
US and Ukraine unveil outguided peace plan. It still includes pro-Russian points. When a peace plan needs more updates than a beta app, maybe it's time to debug the entire system before it crashes spectacularly.
Australia pushes nature laws through Parliament, sparking outrage over the speed of environmental bulldozing. When nature legislation is treated like a fast food order, expect a side of regret with every hasty decision.
When your line starts with a typo, maybe it's a sign to proofread your military strategy before hitting send on that declaration of cooperation.
Spanish court jail's former minister calls it justice. When corruption becomes a career path, the courtroom becomes the office. Just another day at the office in the revolving door of power and punishment.
Spotify streams hit a new low as Cosmy Show's I'm Changing remains unchanged in obscurity. In the digital age of music, it seems even algorithms have a hard time finding the beat of underappreciated talent.
Witkoff meets Putin aide about Ukraine, claims it's diplomacy. When real estate moguls play foreign policy, expect a blueprint for chaos. Who knew skyscrapers and sovereignty were interchangeable in the boardroom of geopolitics? Elon Musk's X exposes account locations, reveals MAGA influencers abroad. Turns out, American nationalism is being outsourced. Who knew that ranting about my tax dollars was a global franchise? Maybe they're just trying to make America grift again.
Only 50% of Marillion fans have heard The Bell in the Sea, and Reddit calls it a hidden gem. In the vast ocean of prog rock, some treasures remain submerged, waiting for the brave few who dare to dive deep.
Only 30% of Americans afford turkey this holiday, and the government calls it abundance. When a feast turns into a famine, maybe it's time to ask why the cornucopia is running on empty. Or did the Grinch just steal Thanksgiving too?
Only 5% of Europeans see the lucky beaver moon, and the rest are left howling at cloudy skies. When your celestial event depends on clear weather, you might as well call it a game of lunar roulette. At least the beavers have no idea they're the stars of this cosmic sitcom.
After labeling opponents traitors, Trump questions Ocasio-Cortez's stability, ignoring his own penchant for verbal grenades. In a world where pots cool kettles black, Trump's kitchenware collection must be quite the spectacle. Perhaps AOC should gift him a mirror, though it might spontaneously combust.
FBI interviews 42 Democrats labeled seditious by Trump, proving irony is alive. When the pot calls the kettle rebellious.
E releases soil map, claims it will revolutionize farming, but ignores climate chaos. Mapping fertile soil is like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic when the seas are rising.
Hong Kong's chief executive John Lee doubts Taiwan ties, yet insists on preserving one country, two systems while erasing dissent. It's like claiming you're open-minded while wearing blinders. Maybe Lee's policy manual is just a magic 8-ball, always pointing to try again later.
UK government bans Palestine action, calls it security, then arrests activists at court. Silencing protests in the name of security is like claiming a gag order improves dialogue, just another way to stifle dissent with a velvet glove.
ICE denies asylum to domestic violence survivors, then claims to protect human rights. It's like locking the door and throwing away the key while preaching about freedom. Maybe ICE's motto should be safety for us, not for you.
Hong Kong officials declare fire under control while 36 dead suggests otherwise.
Archaeologists uncover 1700-year-old Roman sarcophagus, revealing Budapest's buried past. Turns out, even in ancient times, people just couldn't resist a good underground party. Who knew Budapest's nightlife started with a cryptic twist?
Nigel Farage dodges probe into foreign UK-Russia ties, calling the claims baseless. Ah, the classic political tango. Deny, deflect, and dance around the truth like it's a live grenade. Farage's moves are as predictable as a reality TV plot twist.
When in doubt, just hit pause on people's potential pay raises and call it a day. It's like a financial Groundhog Day, except no one wakes up to a better tomorrow.
San Diego Zoo mourns as Grandma the tortoise, survivor of 2 world wars, dies at 141. Outliving emperors and influencers alike, Grandma's shell carried history, while the rest of us just scrolled past it, Who's slow now?
Cleveland Browns clear Gabriel, yet Sanders keeps QB1 spot, defying logic. It's like choosing to keep driving with a flat tire when there's a spare in the trunk.
Like a mosquito bite on a giant, these fines barely scratch the surface of Google's empire. Monopoly money meet monopolistic practices.
Trump and Hegseth panic over an ad proving loyalty trumps legality. When the ad's a bigger threat than the Constitution, you know you've entered the twilight zone of governance. Welcome to the absurdist circus.
Trump blocks crucial economic report, hoping ignorance makes failures disappear. When the numbers don't lie, just lock them away and trust the spin doctors to prescribe amnesia. Welcome to the land of fiscal fantasy.
Shai-Hulud 5.2 exposes thousands of secrets, yet developers still leave the vault door wide open. The sands of cybersecurity shift underfoot as developers play the game of secrets like it's hide and seek. Spoiler, the worms always find you.
David Littleproud criticizes Barnaby Joyce, who ditches loyalty for political thrill. In the world of political soap operas, even the scriptwriters are shocked when the plot twists involve backstabbing and selective memory about darkest moments.
UK net migration drops to 204,000, yet borders remain as porous as a colander. The government pats itself on the back for curbing migration while ignoring the inconvenient truth that people are still slipping through the cracks like sand through fingers.
Only 20% of retirees move for happiness, while travel companies profit from selling dreams. Turns out those best retirement lists are just like horoscopes.
So, while AI might handle spreadsheets and data, it still can't replace the charm of a human barista's eye roll at 6 a.m.
Australia boosts domestic violence helpline funding after call surge, and Parliament House gets a colourful light show. Because nothing says we hear you like a multi-million-dollar budget and some pretty orange lights, right?
System of revival releases waking up, and it's about as subtle as a sledgehammer to a snooze button. This track hits harder than your morning alarm, shaking you awake with a riff that feels like a caffeine jolt to the soul.
UK secret courts hear Palestine action case, but fairness is as absent as truth in a politician's promise. When justice hides behind closed doors, transparency becomes a ghost story, and democracy a bedtime myth for the gullible masses. Nexperia chip crisis disrupts auto supply chains, proving once again that technology's Achilles heel is a single silicon wafer.
Johnny Cash and Waylon Jennings resurrect Folsom Prison Blues, and even the ghosts of outlaw country tip their hats in approval. When legends jam, the air crackles with rebellion, and every strum of their guitars feels like a jailbreak from the mundane.
Wayne Rooney claims Premier League quality at 33, while playing for DC United in Major League Soccer. Because nothing shouts top-tier talent like trading Manchester's rain for Washington's humidity and dreaming of past glories on the bench.
Rachel Reeves promises budget will cut living costs despite tax hikes of £26 billion. Ah yes, the classic political magic trick, make your money disappear from your wallet while insisting it's for your own good.
Chuck Schumer faces revolt from Senate Democrats. When even the politicians start brawling like Brad Pitt, you know the script's gone off the rails.
Nothing like a little political musical chairs to make the markets dance to a tune no one understands but everyone pays for.
Sorry, Rockstar, but I can't help with those lyrics. But hey, isn't the mystery part of the magic? Like trying to decode the universe with a guitar riff and a little rebellion. Keep rocking.
National Guard sends 500 troops to DC, calls it a precaution. Because nothing says Happy Thanksgiving like a side of armored vehicles and a heaping helping of government anxiety.
Trump insults another female reporter for her looks, adding to his growing collection of misogynistic barbs.
Real estate agents pull listings, blame buyers for not wanting overpriced sheds. Because when your house sits on the market like a forgotten fruitcake, clearly the problem is everyone else's taste, not your price.
Wall Street traders bet on Fed rate decisions when panic like caffeinated squirrels. Because nothing says stable investment strategy like flipping between buy and sell faster than a TikTok dance challenge.
South Korean court sentences man to life for running a blackmail ring that exploited hundreds. But justice can't undo the scars. In a society that values harmony, this predator orchestrated a symphony of suffering, leaving victims to pick up the shattered pieces.
Canal Plus plans to raise €500 million, calls it a debut bomb. Because Who needs a bridge loan when you can juggle bonds like a circus act and call it corporate strategy?
Jackson Browne announces son Ethan's death at home, while the music world hums a sorrowful tune. In the shadow of a legacy built on melody and meaning, grief strikes a dissonant chord that even time can't resolve.
When the only thing higher than the users is the denial of the so-called experts, maybe it's time to question who's really addicted to fear-mongering.
Australian senator suspended for a week after donning burqa calls it a statement on freedom. When your idea of freedom means dictating women's clothing choices, maybe your fashion sense is as outdated as your politics.
AMC Theatres launches $29.99 yearly pass, solves the age-old popcorn inflation crisis. For the price of a movie ticket, you can now drown your cinematic sorrows in endless popcorn, proving that buttery indulgence is the true blockbuster.
JP Morgan Chase plans new multi-billion-pound tower, claims it's a tribute to London's financial might. Because nothing says global financial center like another glass monolith, while the city's housing crisis glistens in the shadows.
Trump redefines diplomacy, confuses Ukraine crisis with another round of incoherent tweets. His foreign policy strategy seems to be a game of geopolitical twister, where every spin lands on the wrong foot and no one's having fun.
Police identify Afghan man as suspect in National Guard shooting, as if nationality pulls the trigger. Because nothing distracts from systemic issues like a convenient foreign scapegoat wrapped in a headline and served with a side of xenophobia.
Rachel Reeves defends freezing tax thresholds in budget, calls it sticking to the manifesto. Nothing says political integrity like redefining promises in real time, with a wink and a shrug as the public foots the bill.
Minnesota DFL leaders condemn Trump, who targets Somali Minnesotans with divisive rhetoric. When in doubt, Trump plays the blame game, using marginalized communities as his political piñata while shouting, "Look over there."
EU leaders praise new momentum in Ukraine talks, yet insist on territorial red lines. It's a magical dance of diplomacy, celebrating progress while drawing lines in the sand that no one intends to cross, hoping the music never stops.
South Park skewers Pete Hegseth, calling him effing Duffleafy in their latest episode. While Hegseth clings to his TV persona, South Park's creators wield satire like a flaming sword, cutting through his bravado with a cartoonish grin.
European markets prepare for lackluster open. Investors exhale after relentless roller coaster. It's
Trump defends his negotiator amid leaked calls showing Russian coaching, calling it strategic diplomacy. In the world of Trump, treason is just another word for teamwork, as long as it keeps the Kremlin happy and the power intact.
OpenAI denies responsibility in teen suicide, blames victim for violating terms of service. When a corporation's first line of defense is a legal technicality, it's clear they're more interested in protecting their algorithms than acknowledging the human cost of their creations.
Ondrejka Bernatova claims specs supercharge companies despite 90% failing to meet projections. When your business plan involves slapping a turbo label on a sputtering engine, you might just be selling snake oil to shareholders.
Fed interest rate cut hope boosts gold and copper prices, silver jumps to solving nothing for wage stagnation. While precious metals sparkle with promise, average Americans are left mining for pennies as the Fed's magic tricks fail to fill the pantry.
French police arrest 4 more suspects in Louvre heist, and the Mona Lisa still isn't smiling.
U.S. zigzags on Ukraine policy inadvertently smooths Moscow's path to influence. Looks like America's diplomatic dance moves are more tangled than a pair of earbuds in a pocket. Who knew peace talks could be this dizzying?
Met showcases Jacqueline de Ribes' Yves Saint Laurent's muse 60 years later, yet haute couture still costs more than a kidney. While fashionistas swoon over de Ribes' elegance, most of us are left stitching together our dreams from thrift store finds and YouTube sewing tutorials.
Thanksgiving turkeys waddle and gobble strut into the spotlight, then face the ultimate contradiction, a presidential pardon. Americans celebrate the day by sparing 2 birds while devouring millions more. It's the kind of tradition that makes the word gobble both adorable and ominous.
Canada greenlights a new oil pipeline, then claims it's committed to a green future. The sweet scent of hypocrisy, pledging climate action while laying down fresh tracks for fossil fuels. Canada, your maple leaves are showing their true colors.
Indian police detained 6 air pollution protesters for 3 days because clean air is apparently a threat to public order. In a world where breathing fresh air is a radical act, perhaps the real crime is the smog that's been choking Delhi for decades, not the voices demanding change.
Trump tries to slash homelessness funding while 20 states sue to stop him. In the land of the free, housing security is apparently up for debate. Who knew compassion had to fight a legal battle just to exist?
U.S. representatives demand Trump envoy Witkoff be fired after leaked Kremlin call because who knew whispering sweet nothings to adversaries could backfire. When your diplomatic strategy involves pillow talk with Putin, you might end up with more than just a scandal, like a pink slip and a one-way ticket to obscurity.
OpenAI denies liability for teen's death, blames chatbot misuse. When tech companies dodge accountability, they play hide and seek with humanity's darkest moments. It's not a game anyone wins.
Oil prices slump in longest losing streak since 2023, and OPEC glass ponders if they can squeeze blood from a stone. When the oil barons start sweating over spreadsheets instead of drilling rigs, you know the only thing getting slicker is their excuses.
Joni Mitchell to receive Lifetime Award at 2026 Junos, proving legends never fade. In an industry obsessed with the next big thing, Joni Mitchell's timeless talent is the encore we all need.
With that kind of cash, let's hope they're planning more than just buying moon real estate and touring zero-gravity raves.
France's top court upholds Sarkozy's conviction, but justice delayed is just a fancy way of saying justice denied. When the gavel finally drops years later, it's more of a whimper than a bang. Just ask the dust on Sarkozy's old campaign posters.
Romanian firefighters break window with axe. Convinced woman was dead, only to find her very much alive and likely very confused.
Amazon markets Alexa as the top smart speaker, then releases a privacy policy update requiring a law degree to understand. When your smart speaker knows more about you than your therapist, but still can't play your favorite song, it's time to question who's really in charge.
Actor Udo Kier dies at 81, leaving behind a legacy spanning movies, TV, games, and music videos that defied categorization. Kier was the kind of icon who could make even a Soviet invasion seem campy and chic, proving that charisma never ages.
When a band takes longer to finish an album than it did to become nostalgic, you know the music industry's living on borrowed time.
Former GOP rep claims House Republicans are miserable, but they still won't quit the circus. When your political strategy involves more self-inflicted wounds than election wins, misery's just another day at the office.
Australian Senate passes censure motion against Pauline Hanson, who doubles down on her burqa stunt instead of apologising. Hanson's version of Respect is a performance piece in bad faith, where the costume changes are more important than the dialogue.
Hollywood casts siblings in the same franchise, but calls it artistic chemistry. Nepotism is the family heirloom that keeps the red carpet rolling, proving talent runs in the genes. Or at least the casting couch.
Reddit user ICAmbition2828 posts Sally Digit's Forget Me, a dark wave track that haunts like a black lace ghost. In the shadows of sense and echoing lamentations, Didge weaves a melody that whispers sweet obsessions and the seductive allure of oblivion.
Trump ready to negotiate with Maduro on drug strikes, but diplomacy isn't his strong suit. When the art of the deal meets the war on drugs, expect a script full of plot holes and a twist no one asked for.
US consumer confidence plummets to 88.7, defying October's optimism. It's like watching a soap opera, where the plot twist is always financial insecurity. But this time, the villain is a government shutdown rather than a nefarious twin.
Because nothing says tranquility like a price tag that rivals a blockbuster movie budget, complete with explosions and plot lines of geopolitical tension.
EU threatens X with a fine before 2025 ends, but tech giants shrug off pocket change. When your bank account rivals a small country's GDP, fines are just the cost of doing business, and ignoring the rules is a feature, not a bug.
Europol seizes 8 million fake toys in pre-Christmas crackdown, calls them harmful yet oddly abundant. In a world where Santa's workshop is outsourced to counterfeiters, the real magic is how these toys get past customs and into unsuspecting stockings.
EPP partners with radicals to weaken forced protection, claiming balance. Because nothing screams environmental stewardship like teaming up with extremists to ensure Eastern Europe's forests are the fall guys in the great game of political Jenga.
Gold prices dip while traders weigh geopolitics and Fed rates, considering a peace deal and delayed economic data. Apparently, gold's new hobby is synchronized slipping with geopolitical tensions and Fed whispers, proving that even precious metals need a little drama to stay relevant.
Trump edges U.S. towards war with Venezuela, all while juggling a Cold War with China like a geopolitical circus act. In this three-ring spectacle, Trump's war on drugs is the sideshow, but the main event is the saber-rattling with China, a clash of titans dressed in diplomatic pantomime.
Only 12% of UK music fans recognise Kino, and most are Russian immigrants. Kino, the Soviet rock rebels, remain a hidden gem in the UK, proving once again that cultural borders are as stubborn as a cat refusing to come inside.
Trump administration declares climate change yesterday's problem despite record heat waves. Dismissing climate change is like ignoring a ticking time bomb because it's not your shift yet. Mother Nature's not waiting for a memo from Mar-a-Lago.
Only 10% of sibling trust managers avoid conflict, and your family drama is a $5 million soap opera. When it comes to family and fortune, the heart and wallet rarely speak the same language. Consider hiring a mediator before this trust turns into a trust bust.
Only 10% of economists predict China's economy will match Aruba's,
and Beijing calls it strategic genius. When your economic ambition is to match a Caribbean island, it's like aiming for a goldfish in the shark tank. Who needs world domination when you can have palm trees and pina coladas?
Chelsea charges ticket prices at €300, promises a priceless experience. When your wallet takes a slide tackle before the game event kicks off, you know the real champions are the ones who can still afford a pint at halftime.
X launches location label after years of rejection, claims it enhances transparency. In a twist of digital deja vu, Elon Musk finally embraced the feature with the enthusiasm of a cat accepting a bath, transparency, or a new way to track us.
Eric Dane tackles ALS on TV, turns diagnosis into dramatic gold. When life hands you a plot twist like ALS, turning it into a starring role is the kind of script rewrite that deserves an Emmy for courage. Coal industry burns through survival cash, calls it a renewable strategy. Nothing says innovation like watching your profits go up in smoke, while claiming that bankruptcy is just a new kind of energy transformation.
FBI seeks to interview Democrats over Trump accusations, but Trump's executive order launches Genesis Mission AI project. In the grand circus of American politics, the FBI juggles justice while Trump tosses AI into the ring, hoping it lands on applause instead of a subpoena.
System of revival release Broken System album promises to fix music industry. Because nothing screams rock rebellion like trying to mend the very system that thrives on chaos and broken promises.
Only 20% of Hulu users can access discounts, and Hulu calls it inclusive. Because nothing says everyone's invited quite like slamming the door in 80% of faces while handing out keys to a lucky few.
John Oliver auction raises $1.5 million for public media, thanks to Bob Ross and Dwyer. When happy little trees meet intergalactic metal, the result is an art auction so bizarre it paints a masterpiece of generosity.
UK government plans per mile electric car tax, calls it green progress. Apparently, the road to sustainability is paved with taxes because nothing screams eco-friendly like charging you for every mile you save the planet.
Altus USA challenges creditor packs, calls it antitrust skirting. Looks like Wall Street's favorite game of Monopoly has a new twist, teaming up to avoid losing, because why play fair when you can play lawyered up?
Ethiopian volcano erupts for first time in 12 millennia, but Trump and Xi's phone call gets more press. When a dormant giant awakens, you'd think it would outshine a political charade, yet somehow, nature's fury plays second fiddle to diplomatic theater.
Nvidia earnings soar, but Epstein files release casts a shadow. Seems like Nvidia's profits are skyrocketing, but who needs pixels and profits when the specter of Epstein's little black book is lurking behind every corner of Wall Street's shiny facade?
Russian disinformation infiltrates Mexico, aims to fracture U.S. alliances. It's like a geopolitical soap opera where Russia's playing the villain, Mexico's the unwitting sidekick, and the US is the oblivious protagonist. Tune in next week to see if anyone remembers the script.
Rubio directs U.S. diplomats to pressure host governments to curb immigration, defying Statue of Liberty ideals. Lady Liberty's facepalming so hard, she's considering swapping her torch for a giant "Do Not Disturb" sign. Imagine telling the world to practice social distancing from freedom.
It's a classic case of nothing to see here while Rome, or rather hums, burns.
France reinstates military service 25 years after ending conscription, calling it an because nothing says trust quite like handing teenagers a rifle and a salute, all in the name of national security. Who needs summer camp when you've got boot camp?
When your vetting process resembles a reality TV show, you know bureaucracy has reached its peak performance. Forget roses. These stakes involve lives, and the scriptwriters are nowhere to be found.
Forty state attorneys general urge Congress to allow AI regulation, fearing unchecked robot uprising.
Trump officials halt protected status for Haitians as gang violence displaces thousands in Port-au-Prince. Because nothing screams compassionate leadership like pulling the rug out from under those fleeing chaos while they cling to balconies for refuge.
JD Vance shares Kid Rock video hours after White House shooting, calls it timely. Nothing says empathy like a rock anthem after a national crisis. Maybe next time he can serenade us with a ballad about tone deafness.
Theresa May and Cate Blanchett to guest edit BBC Today program because nothing rebuilds trust like a sprinkle of celebrity stardust. The former PM and the Oscar-winning actress, a duo more unexpected than a pop song at a funeral, promising to solve democracy's woes with a well-placed ad break.
Marco Rubio champions aggression in Venezuela. It's a bird. It's a plane.
Nothing says business as usual like preparing for invisible threats. Maybe next they'll standardize the art of denial or the fine print of plausible deniability.
Stanchot demands age verification from Aussie teens, just in time for an under-16 social media ban. Because nothing screams freedom like a digital bouncer at the door, carding kids with the efficiency of a nightclub on a Saturday night.
Because nothing says support local like a patriotic pivot, dropping luxury brands for a homegrown ride that might just come with a free side of Brexit pride.
Eric Dane guest stars on ALS-themed Brilliant Minds, then producers insist it's all about honoring him. Because nothing says heartfelt tribute like leveraging a disease for ratings. Next week, tune in for their groundbreaking episode on corporate tax evasion.
Only 3% of musicians get streams, and ShadowStream113 calls it progress.
Judge orders Trump administration to hold bond hearings for migrants, defying its own immigration crackdown. In a Kafkaesque twist, the administration's hardline policies meet their match in a court ruling, where liberty is a courtroom coin toss for freedom seekers.
Machu Picchu faces conflict over tourist buses, then blames overcrowding on llamas. Turns out the ancient citadel isn't just eroding, it's also stuck in traffic. Next stop on this cultural tour, a selfie with the sacred pollution.
When you've got a pizza empire, why not risk it all on fried chicken? Rennie's departure proves not all dough rises to the occasion.
US interest rate. Cut rumors lift gold by 1%, defying Wall Street's usual greed. When the dollar trembles, gold becomes the glittering security blanket for traders caught in the Fed's bedtime story.
US demands peace deal before security guarantees for Ukraine, then sells more arms to Europe. The art of diplomacy, making peace with one hand while stoking the arms race with the other. Guess who profits from this balancing act?
DC Mayor Muriel Bowser decides not to run again, leaving a political vacuum in the Capitol's power corridor. When the mayor steps off the merry-go-round, the question is who will grab the brass ring next, and how tarnished it will be.
Cornwall man's mini swallowed by sinkhole, then buried deeper in bureaucratic quicksand. When your car's in a pit and the paperwork's a canyon, it's clear the only thing deeper than the hole is the red tape.
Only 12% of companies patch vulnerabilities within a week, and tech giants call it progress. In the race against hackers, it's comforting to know we're all running in slow motion, clutching our security blankets. Who knew cybersecurity would be this cozy?
Researchers engineer bacteria to spin rainbow fabrics, and the petrochemical industry calls it a disaster. When bacteria start sowing sustainable rainbows, it's a colorful reminder that nature's got more fashion sense than the oil barons ever will.
Scientists reveal Lucy cohabited with older ancestor, and creationists call it fake news.
ECB predicts elevated financial risks, then insists euro area growth remains stable. It's like saying your house is on fire, but the living room's temperature is just right. Who needs stability when you have a good old paradox to keep you warm?
Country singer covers metal band Breaking Rust, and fans call it genre whiplash.
Israel imposes severe restrictions, then blames Palestinian economy for collapsing. Digital apps in Gaza are the new lifeboats in a sea of economic wreckage, while someone else keeps punching holes in the hull.
Only 12% of Congress supports state AI rules, and lobbyists call it a step toward innovation. When protecting kids takes a back seat to tech dollars, you know the future's being sold by the pound.
Only 8% of Asian markets show growth, and analysts call it a promising recovery. When promising means maybe not a total disaster, you know the spin cycle's on high.
Antisports considers buying Puma, citing synergy while running from their own competition.
NATO partners with Google Cloud for AI-enabled sovereign cloud, claims security while selling data to the highest bidder. When military alliances and tech giants start cuddling, it's your privacy that gets tucked into bed with a knife under the pillow.
The Fed plans December rate cut, hopes it won't be a band-aid on a gaping wound. When Wall Street's a seesaw, the Fed's playing the world's most expensive balancing act with no safety net.
Retailers/Black Friday discounts call it a strategic opportunity to watch us squirm. When sales look like a mirage, it's retail's way of saying, happy holidays, your wallet's the real gift.
Simon Cowell denies responsibility for Liam Payne's death, then promotes his latest talent show. The showbiz cycle, tragedy, denial, and the shameless plug, because nothing says empathy like milking grief for ratings.
Bollywood icon Dharmendra passes at 89, leaving a legacy of romance and machismo unmatched on the silver screen. The He-Man, who made hearts flutter, now joins the legends, reminding us that true stardom never dims, it only fades to black.
Hong Kong high-rise blaze claimed 55 lives, while firefighters struggle to access the inferno for hours. In a city built on ambition, safety takes a back seat as skyscrapers become towering tombs for those without escape.
Trump's approval rating hits new low, but he still tweets like a winner. When your approval is in free fall, maybe it's time to stop acting like the lead in a reality show and start acting like a president.
Only 20% of red light therapy mask users notice any difference, and influencers call it a skincare revolution. In 2025, we've reached peak self-care, strapping on a sci-fi horror mask because glowing skin is worth the terror.
A suicide attack tier 6 at Pakistan security complex and the defense budget gets a boost. When the answer to violence is more guns and guards, it's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline.
The beautiful game, where memory is selective.
Only 30% of economists trust currency rallies, and the yen's rise is called a miracle. Currency markets, where the yen is a magician pulling rabbits from hats, and the one just hopes for a cameo.
Hong Kong contractor fined twice in 2023 wins typo project, then a fire erupts. Prestige Construction's safety record is like a broken parachute. You keep wondering why anyone would jump with it.
US private payrolls shrank by 54,000 and ADP calls it a seasonal adjustment. In the land of dreams, jobs evaporate like morning mist, but don't worry, it's just a seasonal illusion.
Gold prices rise as Hassett becomes Fed chair frontrunner, a pick with the finesse of a bull in a china shop.
Manchester United hosts Everton with ticket prices higher than a striker's ego. As the ball rolls and wallets empty, remember, loyalty to a team doesn't pay the bills, only the ticket vendors.
Trump's EPA abandons tough soot standards, claiming cleaner air is overrated. With every breath, remember, the administration's motto seems to be, what doesn't kill you makes your lungs stronger.
Only 15% of 85 movies became classics, and Hollywood calls it a golden age. For every Back to the Future, there was a Dimkata lurking in the shadows, proving not all that glitters is cinematic gold.
Stellantis shifts output to Fiat 500 hybrid, labeling it Italy's automotive renaissance. Because nothing screams innovation like recycling the past with a slightly greener paint job.
Soyuz spacecraft launches with mixed crew, proving space is the last place for international cooperation. When Earth becomes a geopolitical mess, we just launch our problems into orbit and call it unity.
European Parliament sues Commission over tech patents, calls it a quest for innovation. When your legislative body starts playing courtroom drama, you know the tech giants are the real puppet masters pulling the strings.
Global markets deflate as Asian stocks ebb, proving financial optimism has a shorter shelf life than a ripe avocado. Just like that, the stock market's not-so-greatest hit store continues, headlining with, "Oops, we did it again."
Senate Republican says, "We can't afford $2,000 tariff checks," then votes for a $1 trillion defense budget. Apparently, fiscal responsibility only applies to the little guy, while the military-industrial complex gets a free pass to the buffet.
Transportation Secretary urges travelers to swap pajamas for jeans, believes denim enhances safety. Because nothing screams in-flight security quite like a pair of skinny jeans cutting off your circulation at 30,000 feet.
Vin Diesel praises Dwayne Johnson for Smashing Machine performance, then forgets to mention their scripted reconciliation. In Hollywood, even feuds have sequels, and the real drama is in the ratings, not the resolutions.
Toyota charges subscription for basic features, then claims it's for your convenience. Welcome to the future, where unlocking your car's potential now costs as much as your streaming services. Who needs air conditioning when you can have a monthly bill instead?
Go lawmakers express deep concerns over Trump's Ukraine peace deal, claim it's a ticking time bomb. When even your own party thinks your peace deal is more of a Molotov cocktail, you know it's time to rethink your negotiation skills.
It's like selling a lifeboat manual on the Titanic. Too little, too late, and everyone's already fighting over the deck chairs.
Vivek Ramaswamy proposes ideas so extreme, even supporters think it's deep fake. When your political pitch is so off the wall that your own fans suspect digital sorcery, maybe it's time to recalibrate, or at least make sure the AI isn't the sanest voice in the room.
Only 40% of Americans believe turkey causes sleepiness, and the myth persists like a leftover. Thanksgiving, where the biggest dish served is a steaming pile of misinformation. Turns out it's not the turkey that's making us drowsy, it's the endless regurgitation of debunked tales.
The federal tax code creates two societies, then wonders why the ultra-wealthy are Mia on tax day. Taxing inheritances under income tax sounds great, like giving Dracula a blood bank tour. He'll just smile while sipping his tax-free smoothie.
NHS failed to readmit 5-year-old Amber Mills post-surgery, then labeled it a tragic oversight. In a world where a child's well-being is as disposable as yesterday's news, the coroner's verdict is a bitter reminder that bureaucracy can be as fatal as any scalpel.
In a digital age where music discovery teeters on the whims of algorithms, even the most harmonic tracks can get lost in the cyber void, like a rock melody echoing in an empty concert hall.
Tory ministers and welfare officials botched carers' allowance, sparking a crisis with penalties up to £20,000. Looks like the only thing they're better at than failing is finding new ways to punish the people who actually care.
Cara Delevingne shares confidence tips, then the internet asks why women still need armor for daily life. Finding confidence to stand up to harassment is like teaching fish to swim in boiling water, necessary. But why is the ocean so damn hot?
EU debates chat control in secret, ensuring transparency remains a distant dream. When safeguarding privacy means shutting the doors, it's like hiring a fox to protect the henhouse. Who knew irony had a European accent?
Georgia seeks to dismiss Trump election case, proving déjà vu is alive and well. Dropping cases faster than a hot potato, Georgia's legal system might need a new hobby, maybe knitting? At least those threads won't unravel.
ECB warns high valuations boost risks, then calls it a mere blip on their economic radar. It's like warning a tightrope walker about gusty winds after they've already taken the first step. Thanks for the heads up, Captain Obvious.
IFS predicts dismal household spending rise, calls it progress. When your spending power grows slower than a sloth on a lazy day, you might question if dismal is the new thriving.
President Trump declares sad statue harmful. Promotes patriotic playlist.
Bamboo scaffolding fuels Hong Kong Inferno, then officials ponder its traditional charm. When your construction material doubles as kindling for a historic blaze, maybe it's time to rethink the whole honoring tradition angle.
Only 20% of Americans support anything goes, and President Trump calls it unity. If anything goes, then apparently sanity and reason took a permanent vacation, leaving chaos to chair the board meeting.
Trump proposes peace deal in Abu Dhabi while Moscow keeps bombing Kyiv nightly. It's like negotiating a ceasefire while chucking grenades. Peace talks with a soundtrack of air raid sirens. Who knew diplomacy came with a horror score?
Josh Shapiro exits Climate Pact, then Abigail Spanberger enters with optimism. Ah, the classic political waltz. One steps out of the environmental spotlight, just as another sachets in, proving once again that commitment is a flexible term in politics.
Colorado judge orders immigration agents to cease warrantless arrests, defying federal norms. When the law says stop, in the name of love, it's not a suggestion, it's a demand. Maybe ICE should start reading the Constitution in their downtime.
Louisiana health official who halted vaccine campaigns tapped the CDC's number 2 defies logic. It's like appointing a firefighter who loves arson as chief of the department. If only irony could inoculate.
Neslope's JCB song hits nostalgia jackpot, but can't fix a single pothole in 2025. A sweet serenade about childhood daydreams, while we dodge the reality of crumbling infrastructure. Play it louder, maybe it'll drown out the road rage.
Poise's Tim and Brian McKnight drop Let It Snow with Ren B Magic, but climate crisis laughs in the face of winter. When your playlist dreams of a white Christmas but the planet's on fire, maybe it's time for more than just a soulful serenade.
CDC warns of norovirus surge, calls it seasonal cheer.
Only 50% of Americans like cranberry relish, but NPR calls it tradition. While most of us would rather pass on the pink goose, it's a staple that refuses to die, much like that one peculiar uncle's jokes.
Jimmy Cliff, reggae icon, passes at 81, but his music's heartbeat refuses to flatline. The man who gave reggae its global wings may be gone, but his rhythms will keep echoing through every revolution and every dance floor.
Tech CEOs install bossware on 5 million devices, calling it optimization. When robots decide if you're slacking, remember, Even your coffee breaks are now data points in your corporate surveillance file.
China Bankers' bond prices swing wildly, leaving traders questioning reality. When your bonds dance like a cat on a hot tin roof, maybe it's time to admit your financial choreography is a bit out of step.
In a world where algorithms decide your playlist, rediscovering a gem like Becoming X is like finding a mixtape under your bed, unexpected but oh so satisfying.
Hong Kong Blaze claims 44 lives, hundreds remain unaccounted for. When your city's skyline is more infernal than impressive, perhaps it's time to question the architects of this blazing chaos.
Scientists identify gravity-sensing gene in Arabidopsis, claim plants are less grounded than politicians. While plants are busy standing up to gravity, maybe it's time some of our leaders learn to stand up to reality.
Yale's Humanitarian Research Lab uses satellites to find abducted Ukrainian kids, and Russia denies involvement. In the age of AI and space tech, Russia's strategy seems stuck in a Cold War rerun where denial is the only defense and humanity's cries are just background noise.
Michael Stipe haunts Kristen Hirsch's new track, but the real ghost is the 90s refusing to stay buried.
Only 20% of billionaires paid taxes and the IRS calls it progress. When the ultra-rich hide their wealth behind golden curtains, it's no wonder we mistake their mansions for modest cottages.
Ed Martin spills secrets to Alex Jones, claiming loyalty to Trump, and the circus keeps spinning. When conspiracy meets sycophancy, it's like watching two clowns juggle knives. Dangerous, absurd, and yet you can't look away for fear of missing the next pratfall.
Hong Kong officials declare fire under control, yet hundreds remain missing in Tai Po. When the smoke clears and the PR spin settles, will anyone remember the missing souls or just the headlines?
Slate's advice column tackles a public figure's decline, but only family knows the dark truth. When the spotlight dims and whispers grow into a chorus, the real story isn't the fall, it's the silence that followed.
Trump bars South Africa from G20 meeting, calling it a vacation, while Ramaphosa calls it diplomacy. When your foreign policy is as consistent as a toddler's attention span, even the sandbox becomes a battlefield of bruised egos and missed opportunities.
Amazon launches satellite internet with world's fastest antenna, solves no connectivity complaints. All hail the race to be the fastest in space, where speed means nothing if you're still buffering in your basement.
Russia and Ukraine trade deadly strikes, then US and Russia pretend diplomacy. Welcome to the geopolitical soap opera where bombs are the opening act and talks are the commercial break.
Reeves unveils budget-slashing public investment, labels it fiscal discipline, while aspiring professionals call it a gut punch. It's a classic game of Monopoly, where the banker insists on austerity, yet somehow always lands on Park Place, leaving everyone else scrambling for Baltic Avenue.
Helsinki, where the air is as crisp as the marketing spin, and the reality is always more picturesque than the postcard.
Only 30% of Americans recall the AIDS crisis, and the CDC calls it historical awareness. It's like watching a rerun nobody remembers, while the network execs pat themselves on the back for airing it in the graveyard slot.
Coal stock surges after surprise profits, proving that meme magic trumps market logic. Who knew bargain hunting could turn into an adrenaline sport, with Coal's investors riding the meme wave like it's Black Friday every day?
Black Friday promises deals, but tariffs hike prices instead, turning the season of savings into a season of spending. Looks like the only thing falling faster than prices are our expectations. Tariffs have turned Black Friday into a cruel joke with a hefty punchline.
Oil companies abandon rigs in Western Canada, then lament the job losses. It's like a chef throwing out the ingredients and then blaming the empty pantry for the lack of dinner.
Only 40% of Olympic flames reached their destination without incident, and the IOC calls it a triumph of logistics. In a world where a simple torch relay seems more reliable than political promises, it's a wonder how we ever managed to light the cauldron of progress.
Judges endorse North Carolina's partisan map, then call it fair representation. When the referee is wearing the team's jersey, it's not a game, it's a rigged parade.
Plex enforces TV remote play restrictions, calls it a premium feature. Just when you thought you could escape the clutches of cable monopolies, Plex reminds you that freedom isn't free. It's a monthly subscription.
Donald Trump underestimated Mark Kelly's resistance, then spun it as surprise. When your opponent's more astronaut than politician, expect them to reach new heights in defying gravity and your expectations.
Venezuela accuses US of using narco-terrorism, then claims it's a regime change plot. It's like a geopolitical soap opera where the US plays the villain and Venezuela insists it's the misunderstood hero. Tune in next week for another thrilling episode.
Researchers observe classical hum-U Mandel effect, call it a quantum leap. When quantum mechanics meets the stage, even Schrodinger's cat might take a bow. Next stop, pocket-sized quantum devices for all your existential crises.
Barnaby Joyce exits National Party after 30 years, hints at One Nation leap. From the National Party's cowboy to One Nation's possible new recruit, Joyce seems ready to saddle up for a ride further right.
Trump promises China visit in April, then invites Xi to the US next year. The art of the deal now includes scheduling international playdates. Maybe they'll swap secrets over tea, like where to find the best fake news.
Assault victim performs citizen's arrest after police delay, then wonders why she pays taxes. When justice takes a coffee break, it's up to the assaulted to serve the subpoenas. Who knew crime fighting was a DIY project?
Doctors in Romania extract 4-inch worm from woman's eyelid just in time for Thanksgiving. Forget the turkey. This year, the real horror show is the riddling worm diet plan. Bon appetit, brave souls.
National Guards shot in Washington, D.C. Officials call it an isolated incident. Because nothing screams all is well like a little gunfire in the nation's capital. Just another day in the land of the free, right?
Court dismisses James Comey's indictment, citing insufficient evidence.
Looks like Justice is playing hide and seek again. Maybe next time they'll find enough evidence in the room where it happened, or didn't, according to them.
Creator of viral GTA 6 leak video defends AI hoax as an experiment, claims no bad intentions despite backlash. With Tech's ethical lines as blurred as the pixels in that video, Zap Arc 2 reminds us that mischief is the new transparency, and reality is just a suggestion.
Economist Nouriel Rubini predicts U.S. growth recession, not AI bubble burst. Looks like Dr. Doom's trading in his crystal ball for a pair of rose-colored glasses. Who knew the apocalypse had a growth phase?
Bill Cosby sells NY townhouse for $28 million, still faces foreclosure elsewhere. Even a comedy legend can't joke his way out of a foreclosure notice. Guess some punchlines are too expensive for a laugh track.
In the world of high-stakes finance, where milliseconds mean millions, a little glitch is just the universe's way of hitting pause on capitalism's relentless treadmill.
When your software makes rent look like a luxury item, even the algorithms got to face the music. Time to recalibrate read settings.
Spotify launches Your Only by Dejmurdo promises to revolutionize your next kitchen dance party with indie pop vibes. In a world where everyone's a DJ, dropping a new single is like yelling into a crowded disco ball. Your voice might echo, but will it ever stand out?
Duncan Du serenades urban solitude, offering a rock ballad about finding sanctuary and love, while being just another dot in the city grid. When your heart's a shelter from the urban sprawl, who needs GPS? Just follow the melody to where the noise can't reach.
Guinea-Bissau army officers suspend elections, then gunshots punctuate their promise of total control. When your democracy's held hostage by gunfire, the only curfew is on freedom. The new anthem? Silence until further notice.
Travis Scott and The Weeknd dropped Say Less, then fans say more with endless speculation on hidden meanings. In a world where lyrics are decoded like ancient scrolls, the real mystery is why we expect profits from pop stars.
Dump truck slams into sign on Ohio highway, proving once again that trucks and road signs have an ongoing vendetta. When a dump truck and a highway sign collide, it's like a dance-off between two very clumsy partners, except nobody wins, and traffic is the only thing that gets a standing ovation.
New World Development Co. secures minor bondholder support boost, calls it progress despite looming real estate crisis. In a city of skyscrapers and shattered dreams, a tiny lifeline for developers feels like a life preserver made of paper.
Donald Trump claims peace deal in Ukraine is near, but diplomacy involves more than just shouting deal into a microphone. Trump's optimism about peace in Ukraine is like trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle by banging the pieces together and hoping they fit.
UK Parliament security staff plan New Year's Eve strike, and Westminster calls it an inconvenience rather than a crisis. As Big Ben rings in the new year, MPs might find themselves guarding the gates, a fitting metaphor for the times.
David Lammy proposes scrapping jury trials for minor cases
and justice becomes a streamlined assembly line.
Judge dismisses cases against Trump's enemies, leaving MAGA beauty queen with nothing but a tiara and a bruised ego. When your legal strategy is more pageant than precedent, you end up with a crown of thorns instead of a courtroom victory.
Only 20% of AI models achieve expected results, and tech giants call it innovation. When your purpose-built AI outpaces the frontier models, it's like watching a tortoise win a Formula One race. Slow, steady, and completely unexpected.
South Korean firms demand USMCA extension despite looming trade disputes. When your strategy is to double down on a trade pact that's as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane, you might need a new playbook.
Global Counsel signs $3 million contract with Wuxi AppTech, apparently mitigating geopolitical risks by cozying up to the Chinese military.
Only 30% of MAGA supporters rally post-Kirk and Trump calls it unity. When your movement's glue is a polarizing figure and a martyrdom complex, expect the cracks to widen faster than a politician's promises.
Erdogan blames LGBT movements for Turkey's falling birth rate because when in doubt, scapegoat love and equality for demographic shifts. It's a classic case of blame the rainbow for the weather, because who needs facts when you have convenient cultural scapegoats and a megaphone?
Chloe Zhao directs a 2-hour Woods Fest, calls it Hamnet, while audiences call it a nap. When your protagonist spends more time hugging trees than having a plot, it's less a film and more an extended nature documentary with existential angst.
FBI hunts for 6 Democrats tied to illegal orders video, while satin pillowcases stay scandal-free. In a world where political intrigue and beauty bargains share headlines, it seems only the pillowcases are free from corruption.
It's a grim reminder that in the vertical race to the clouds, safety can often be left on the ground floor, forgotten like yesterday's news.
Ancient humans dropped wolves onto Baltic Island 5,000 years ago, creating history's first furry vacation package. Turns out even back then, humans had a thing for throwing wild parties in exotic locales, wolves included.
Ukraine's President Zelensky thanks US 78 times, but somehow gratitude doesn't pay for missile defense.
Who knew ice could outdo itself by creating a Barbie that's less Malibu Dreamhouse and more dystopian detention center chic?
Only 10% of rock bands achieve notoriety, and Devils by definition calls it success. In a world where everyone's a devil but few make it to the main stage, even the underworld has a waiting list for fame.
China's silver stockpiles hit 10-year low, yet London still expects a magical metal rain. When silver's scarcity turns precious metal dreams into nightmares, the market's left praying for a glimmer of hope in a tarnished vault.
When the scales of justice play hopscotch with accountability, you know the system's got more holes than a Swiss cheese convention.
Janway's extending 5-year residency requirement for naturalization calls it a security measure. When in doubt, just make becoming a citizen as elusive as finding a unicorn at a petting zoo. Bureaucracy wins again.
National Guard troops critically wounded in DC shooting, yet politicians prioritize optics over action. When bullets fly in the nation's capital, leaders scramble for sound bites, while the wounded lie waiting for more than just thoughts and prayers.
Trump boosts MAGA X accounts operating overseas, then claims it's about American values. Apparently, exporting nationalism is the new American pastime. Who knew the spirit of Manifest Destiny would go digital?
Germany drafts secret 1,200-page war plan to rush 800,000 NATO troops east, calls it proactive defense. With a playbook thicker than a Tolstoy novel, Germany's war plans are more about heavy reading than heavy artillery. Maybe they just like their bedtime stories epic.
Only 30% of people can decipher modern art, and the gallery calls it a success.
Maduro dances to No War, Yes Peace remix, then orders military exercises. When dictators groove to peace tracks while planning war drills, it's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, moonwalking to world peace. Who knew irony had a dance partner?
OpenAI's ChatGPT can't tell time, but it can spin a yarn about it. While ChatGPT dazzles with wordplay, it stumbles over clocks like a poet lost in a digital forest. Timekeeping is for wristwatches, not whimsical wordsmiths.
Google's AI search threatens Apple, promises disruption in tech hierarchy. When algorithms start playing musical chairs with market caps, you know it's only a matter of time before Siri and Alexa are plotting their own corporate coup. Who's ready for a boardroom of bots?
Right-wing pundits brand Taylor Swift a coward, demand she respond to Trump's attacks. Apparently, staying silent on Trump is now the new way to neglect your civic duty, because obviously the fate of democracy hinges on a pop star's personal commentary.
National Guard faces gunfire, then calls for more funds to arm themselves. When your weekend plans involve dodging bullets in the Capitol, maybe it's time to ask if the real threat is underfunding, or just the usual suspects in high places playing war games with real lives.
U.S. labels Venezuelan group terrorist, then denies plans for military action. When diplomacy is reduced to name-calling and saber-rattling,
Only 17% of voters trust ICE, and the agency calls it progress. When your track record makes a used car salesman look trustworthy, maybe it's time to redefine discretion as something other than hiding in plain sight.
Only 20% of AI tools deliver on promises, and tech giants call it innovation. When your AI assistant spends more time crashing than assisting, it's like having a digital intern who calls in sick every Monday.
Trump dials Japan's leader, dispute with China still flares like a bad sunburn. Calling in favors while the world burns is like borrowing a matchstick to put out a forest fire.
Trump suggests extending Obamacare subsidies, redefining necessary after years of repeal attempts. When the arsonist becomes the fire marshal, you know the house is already burning down. It's the plot twist no one asked for.
Nothing says democracy like a military draft notice for a sitting senator. Guess they prefer their politicians airborne.
Foreign investment in Canada hits lowest since early 2024, dubbed a strategic withdrawal. Looks like investors are ghosting Canada like a bad Tinder date, leaving the economy to swipe right on desperation.
One protein claims to fix leukemia treatment failure, yet patients still wait for the magic bullet. In the world of medicine, may hold the key is code for don't hold your breath. Meanwhile, cancer remains the ultimate locksmith.
Israeli court finally hears case of detained Palestinian U.S. teen after 9 months without charge. Justice delayed is justice denied. When your trial takes longer than a human gestation period, maybe the system's broken or just plain indifferent.
Guinea-Bissau junta names interim leader after coup, promising stability with a side of déjà vu. In the grand tradition of political musical chairs, coup leaders assure us that interim is just a polite way of saying until further notice.
Apparently, when reality checks bounce, even ex-presidents find themselves in a surrealist painting where ankle tags are the new fashion statement.
ICE arrests woman linked to White House press secretary Caroline Leavitt, proving family ties can't untangle immigration nets.
EU's top court orders Poland to recognize same-sex marriages registered in Europe, calls it a legal obligation. When love crosses borders, even Poland's cold feet can freeze the warmth of equality, though they might try with a bureaucratic blizzard.
UK net migration drops to pre-Brexit levels, yet most Britons believe it's skyrocketing. When facts are as elusive as a British summer, protests rage on, fueled by the mirage of an immigrant invasion that never was.
Trump insults journalists as ugly after labeling another piggy, then claims to promote media fairness. In a world where the leader's vocabulary is stuck in kindergarten, the playground bully somehow ended up with Air Force One privileges.
Grimes warns of AI dangers while politicians bicker over trivia, then continue ignoring existential threats. When the pop star is the only one with foresight, we're left wondering if leaders are too busy with their own reflections to notice the coming storm.
Chicago Mercantile Exchange halts futures trading, leaving investors flying blind amid data center chaos. With their crystal balls on the fritz, traders are left to navigate Wall Street's wild seas without a compass, praying for a tech miracle.
China cuts LNG imports by 15%, insists growth is sustainable, then blames weak demand. When the world's manufacturing giant sneezes, global markets catch a cold, but China's pretending it's just allergies.
Spotify charges $10 for nostalgia, then claims it's a new release. Ah, the sweet taste of 1999, when we sang about beer without algorithms deciding our playlists. Drink up, y'all.
Only 20% of Linkin Park fans feel numb now, and nostalgia calls it a revival. The rest of us are left wondering if it's the music or our souls that have aged like fine wine in a world of boxed mellow.
Michael Douglas and Catherine Zeta-Jones flaunt family unity, then race to the finish line at Las Vegas Grand Prix, because nothing says family bonding like the deafening roar of engines and the scent of burning rubber. Vroom vroom, darling.
U.S. senators claim cultural break with Canada, then blame maple syrup diplomacy. Apparently, the sweet embrace of poutine and politeness can no longer bridge the gap between hockey and Hollywood. Who knew?
Louvre increases ticket prices for non-EU visitors by 45%, calls it a cultural surcharge. Apparently, the Mona Lisa's smile now comes with an extra side of economic discrimination, all in the name of art appreciation.
Melania Trump receives White House Christmas tree, then ponders which ornament says, "I'm still relevant." Nothing screams holiday spirit like the annual tradition of pretending to care about a tree while the world burns brighter than a Yule log.
Only 12% of prog rock fans embrace Astroverse Dimensions, and the band calls it a hit.
Amazon discounts Echo Dot Max by 50%, calls it generosity. Black Friday, the annual festival where Amazon plays Santa, and we gift wrap our souls in exchange for slightly cheaper surveillance devices.
Only 30% of cyberpunk bands survive, and Mutant Reavers call it a revolution. In the dystopian wasteland of the music industry, staying relevant is the real punk rock, not just spiked hair and leather jackets.
RBI deputy defends inflation forecasts, insists repeated misses are merely statistical quirks. When your crystal ball is cracked, just call it a kaleidoscope of economic possibilities and hope no one notices the shattered pieces.
Only 15% of human trafficking cases in Canada lead to convictions, and the government calls it a crackdown. While the maple leaves turn red, the justice system remains as elusive as a moose on the run, leaving victims trapped in an endless winter.
Sosenlay slams Pauline Hanson's burqa stunt, declaring it cheens our parliament and distracts from real issues. When your political strategy involves a costume change, maybe it's time to rethink your script. Theatrics might grab headlines, but they won't legislate wisdom.
Pentagon sends 500 more troops to D.C., claiming safety after guardsmen shot near White House. Because nothing says secure
like militarizing the nation's capital. When in doubt, add more boots and hope no one trips over the Constitution.
Mumbai data centers consume 50% more energy than expected, yet the power source remains dirty coal. While tech giants upload their profits to the cloud, families in Mumbai are left to inhale the byproduct of digital progress: smog and despair.
U.S. envoy guides Putin aid on peace plan, then wonders why trust in diplomacy is at an all-time low. When your peace strategy involves clandestine chats with autocrats, you might be confusing negotiation with shady backroom deals. Russian General Lee's mission in Venezuela calls it advisory, while Ukraine's intel chief calls it geopolitical chess with extra vodka. When your neighbor's backyard becomes a playground for foreign generals, you start to wonder if advisory is just code for setting up shop for world domination.
Branch Lunch's Black Friday sale on office chairs and standing desks solves your back pain, but not capitalism's penchant for making you buy things you don't need. Who knew ergonomic comfort could be the new black? But hey, at least you'll be sitting pretty while the economy continues its downward dog.
Turkey imprisons journalist Fatih Altaylı for over 4 years due to YouTube comments. In Erdogan's Turkey, freedom of speech is apparently free, as long as it doesn't cost the president any sleepless nights or bruised egos.
Guinea-Bissau soldiers announce coup on state TV, then promise democracy will follow military rule. Because nothing screams democratic progress like a bunch of soldiers commandeering the airwaves and declaring themselves the new bosses. Move over, ballots. Bayonets are the new vote.
Pentagon confirms 2 West Virginia National Guard members killed in Washington, D.C., raising questions about safety on home soil. When soldiers become casualties in their own capital, it's a grim reminder that sometimes the battlefield is closer than we think.
Graham Allison warns of US-China war risks, then justifies it with ancient Greek metaphors. Because nothing calms modern geopolitical tensions like referencing a 2,000-year-old conflict. Who knew global peace depended on deciphering old scrolls and dusty dramas?
Chinese government mandates cremation in Guizhou, then wonders why people are burning with rage. It's a fiery irony. The state wants to control even your ashes, and they act surprised when citizens feel burned by the policy.
Trader Joe's employee gives pregnant woman dark chocolate peanut butter cups, launching motherhood with a sweet socially distanced gesture. Forget hospital rooms. Motherhood now begins in the snack aisle, where a spice and sugar are the new stock.
U.S. Attorney General pledges to appeal dismissal of James Comey and Letitia James cases, then blames the judge for doing their job. In a plot twist worthy of a courtroom drama, the AG is treating the rule of law like a choose-your-own-adventure book, where only their ending is allowed.
South Korean government plans tax breaks for Kosdaq index, then wonders why the rich keep getting richer. When boosting the economy looks like handing out candy to the wealthy, it's not about trickle down, it's more like a sugar rush for the top 1%.
Only 7% of cancer treatments succeed using AI, and tech giants call it revolutionary. When your odds of success are about as good as winning a cakewalk, you might want to reconsider the definition of revolutionary.
Dylan Dreyer sells New York apartment for $1.8 million after initially listing it for $2.5 million. When love fades and the real estate market crashes, even morning show hosts learn that location is just a cruel joke.
World's mountains warm faster than lowlands, and climate change denial remains a profitable business. As glaciers retreat and ecosystems buckle, the only thing melting faster is the credibility of those who still insist it's all a hoax.
Turkish court sentences journalist to 4 years for criticizing Erdogan, proving free speech has a price tag. In a world where speaking your mind costs you 4 years of your life, silence becomes the currency of survival.
In a plot twist worthy of a power ballad, Warner drops the gavel and picks up a partnership, proving that if you can't beat him, profit from him.
Murdoch paper mocks Trump's revenge to a flop as irony becomes the headline. When even Rupert's ink turns against you, it's time to ask if the emperor's new clothes are just an old suit.
Because nothing says welcome home like turning the sacred into a numbers game, as if people were collectible stamps in an album of demographics.
Shem Out Loud launches official playlist, promises to revolutionize your music taste with the same old hits. It's like a greatest hits album from a cover band, familiar tunes with none of the original soul, but hey, they've got enthusiasm.
Prefab Sprout drops nostalgia bomb with I remember that, yet memory lane remains a toll road. Sophistipop, where the melodies are smooth but the past is a bumpy ride that charges extra for emotional baggage.
Blue Origin announces Super Heavy rocket aims to outdo SpaceX with a bigger, shinier space toy. It's the cosmic equivalent of a midlife crisis sports car, flashy, expensive, and built to prove who's got the bigger booster.
Colombian court sentences Uribe's brother to 28 years, but he insists he was just a misunderstood community organizer. Apparently, forming an illegal armed group is just another way to say team-building exercise in the Uribe family handbook.
Santos plans 12 fracking wells in Beetaloo Basin, declares it eco-friendly progress. Fracking in the Northern Territory, because nothing says sustainable future like a few cracks in the earth and a dash of groundwater uncertainty.
Wholesale inflation barely budged before shutdown, yet Fed remains unswayed. Looks like the Fed's playing hard to get with inflation, and wholesale prices are the wallflowers at this dance.
EU pushes chat control law secretly, calling it transparency. Nothing says we care about your privacy like a backroom deal to monitor your every emoji and meme.
Bangladesh courts sentence Tulip Siddiq in absentia, label it a fair trial. Because nothing screams justice like a courtroom where the defendant can't even defend herself. Next up, trials by carrier pigeon.
Hong Kong firefighters face burning towers again as 94 lives are lost. In a city of rising skyscrapers, it's the human cost that keeps climbing with each floor.
Republicans woo women with MAGA moms and Trump babies.
UK Labour government raises taxes, calls it a comeback strategy. When your approval rating is lower than a snake's belly, why not squeeze the wallet instead?
With political theater reaching WWE levels, the only thing missing is a folding chair and a referee. Who knew democracy could be such a contact sport?
Trump seeks to label Muslim Brotherhood terrorist group, calls it counterterrorism. When you're playing the political piano, nothing hits like a good old fear chord. Here's to redefining diplomacy with a wrecking ball.
Trump administration claims peace proposal success in Ukraine, yet Russia remains as silent as a mime in a soundproof booth. Only in 2025 can a peace deal sound like a game of charades.
When a Frenchman says non, it's not just a refusal, it's a baguette slap to foreign policy. Guess Trump's plan wasn't Sacre Magnifique.
Jamaican PM warns US-Venezuela tensions might sink tourism while asking for financial floaties to survive Hurricane Maria's aftermath. When the winds of diplomacy blow south, Jamaica braces for the economic storm. Wholeness juggles debt talks and tourism woes, hoping neither drops.
New amino acid supplement claims to slash Alzheimer's damage, but forgets to mention it doesn't cure anything. While the supplement industry flexes its latest miracle, Alzheimer's patients are left holding the bag of broken promises and unsolved puzzles.
Children's series on communist East Germany wins Emmy, proving nostalgia is the new black. When cartoons tackle communism, you know the playroom's gone political. Expect snack time debates on Marxist theory and animated Gulag games next.
Russia bombards Kiev after Trump voices hope for Ukraine deal, proving optimism is the first casualty of war. Trump's hope is like a cheap cologne. It fades fast and leaves a sour aftertaste, especially when mixed with Russian artillery.
Israel labels Syria part of a war zone, then sends 13 Syrians to early graves. When your neighbor's lawn is on fire, you don't toss in a few more matches unless you're aiming for a scorched earth home decor.
Trump opens the door to Obamacare subsidy extension, then slams it shut on bipartisanship. He's treating healthcare like a reality show plot twist. Stay tuned to see if the uninsured get a rose or just another medical bill.
When the rich rearrange their gold piles, they call it climate awareness, but the planet's still sweating like it's in a sauna with no exit.
Pope Leo preaches peace and unity in Turkey, hoping words alone can stitch together a world unraveling at the seams. When a pontiff's prayers are the hottest diplomatic ticket, you know the global peace plan is a patchwork quilt of wishful thinking.
When the outback beats echo louder than the kangaroo hops, you know the music scene's cranking up the volume.
Only 10% of fashion. But inclusion is the exception and not the rule.
Saul Gold, please see, rejects second Chinese takeover bid, still dreams of copper riches in Ecuador. When even a miner says no thanks to China, you know the world's gone a bit sideways. Maybe Ecuador's copper is just too caliente to share.
Only 3% of ghetto funk tracks make it to mainstream playlists, and algorithms call it diversity. When life is work and music is just another hustle, the funk becomes a footnote in the digital dance of homogeneity.
Penny Wong denounces Pauline Hanson's burqa stunt, then Australian politics pretends it's about unity. In the land down under, the Senate's drama rivals reality TV, with costumes and censure motions stealing the spotlight, while real issues sit quietly in the green room.
Elon Musk promises Crocs roasts are epic party tricks, but coworkers say otherwise. When a billionaire's AI can't even roast a marshmallow, it might be time to reconsider the epic label. Maybe stick to rockets, Elon.
In a world where NATO's bark is louder than its bite, it's Ukraine that's showing the alliance how to stand up to bullies while the rest are busy drafting strongly worded letters.
Thanksgiving ritual faces extinction, then holiday's future looks bleak. When the turkey's fate is more secure than the tradition itself, you know we're in for a cultural feast of irony, past the cranberry sauce and existential dread.
AI infrastructure drives hyperscalers to dominance, but critics question if it's just a digital feudal system. When tech giants become landlords of the digital realm, the rest of us are just paying rent with our data. Welcome to the new oligarchy.
Trump orders vetting review of 200,000 refugees, then calls it security while ignoring domestic threats. When you're more worried about people seeking safety than those with assault rifles, it's time to check your priorities, not the refugees.
Only 12% of Americans support war with Venezuela, and Congress calls that a mandate. When fewer people back a war than a diet soda comeback, you know the political spin machine's in overdrive. Pass the peace talks, hold the hysteria.
When your dinner table looks like a farmer's market in crisis, cabbage steps in like the reliable friend who actually shows up. Who needs kale when you can have a veggie that doesn't demand a trust fund?
Only 1% of scientists claim a glimpse of dark matter, and NASA calls it a breakthrough. In the cosmic game of hide and seek, dark matter stays undefeated. While scientists celebrate finding the universe's equivalent of a sock under the bed.
Biden administration proposes trillion-dollar stimulus, claims it will fix everything by 2030. It's like throwing a birthday bash for the economy and hoping it won't notice the cake's actually made of debt. The only bold thing here is the assumption we're not already drowning in IOUs.
In a grim game of pass the parcel, the Red Cross plays courier, while the Israeli military waits to see which tragedy they've received.
Netflix squeezes another $200 million from Stranger Things, calls it just another day in the Upside Down. When your show's worth more than some country's GDP, you might consider investing in a Demogorgon retirement plan. But hey, who needs reality when you've got Hawkins, Indiana?
Pope Leo plans Turkey-Lebanon trip, calls it a journey of spiritual enrichment. As the pontiff embarks on a holy road trip, one wonders if he's packing peace treaties or just extra incense for the geopolitical bonfire.
Vans Warped Tour resurrects in Montreal for the first time in 12 years, expecting nostalgia to sell tickets. Like a phoenix with a mohawk, this punk pilgrimage hopes to cash in on memories while fans relive their teenage rebellion in overpriced band tees.
Only 20% of EDM fans attend live shows, and Swedish House Mafia calls it a resurgence. As ravels unite in the living rooms, the beat drops harder than the ticket sales. Who needs a mosh pit when you've got Wi-Fi and a disco ball?
Trump administration launches sweeping checks of asylum cases after Washington, D.C. shooting because scapegoating is easier than gun control. In a masterclass of deflection, the administration targets vulnerable refugees instead of addressing the root causes of violence, proving yet again that blame is the easiest currency in politics.
Only 30% of alpha males watch Tim Robinson's show, then claim it's satire.
Demonstrators wield ice scraper protests against immigration raids, demanding Home Depot take a stand because nothing says resistance like a hardware store showdown. In a surreal twist, activists turn mundane winter tools into symbols of defiance, proving that even the smallest acts can chip away at the fortress of apathy.
China Vanke couple loses 20% in stock value, causes strategic repositioning. As the property titan teeters on the brink, investors are left clutching at straws while the government plays a game of hide-and-seek with its support.
Only 81 years of Udo Kier's brilliance dimmed, and the world mourns an icon whose legacy outshines even the glitziest marquee. Kier's chameleonic career spanned over 200 films, partnering with legends, proving that true icons never fit in a box, they break it.
Police arrest one suspect after shooting 2 National Guard members near White House, yet safety remains a distant fantasy. In a city where power brokers play, real lives are lost, reminding us how protection is a privilege, not a promise.
With AI eyeing your job, the only thing colder than the iceberg index is the corporate heart that sees redundancy as progress.
Trump labels National Guard shooting near White House terrorism, pledges increased immigrant scrutiny, blaming the usual suspects. Refining terror one scapegoat at a time, while ignoring the homegrown chaos that simmers right under his golden-tinted nose.
U.S. Air Force investigates MQ-9 Reaper drone crash, calls it a technical anomaly. When your billion-dollar drone falls from the sky, you don't just lose hardware, you lose the illusion of control over your high-tech toys.
Sri Lankan floods claim 61 lives. Government blames climate change, but still greenlights coal expansion. Drowning in the irony of promises unmet, as the waters rise, so do the stakes of their environmental hypocrisy.
NYC suburb erects security barrier post. Mamdani win. Claims he's pro-criminal while ignoring their own systemic issues.
Because when the House of Transparency has opaque curtains, sometimes you need a battering ram to let the light in.
In-SD tool targeting reverses plasticity in prostate cancer. But Big Pharma's miracle drug pipeline prefers profit over actual cures. When reversing cancer plasticity meets corporate rigidity, healing takes a backseat to stockholder dividends and glossy PR campaigns.
Only 30% of drivers admit to drowsy driving, and sleep-deprived zombies call it multitasking. When caffeine is your co-pilot and yawns are your GPS, it's amazing the road isn't littered with pillow-shaped potholes.
When your moral compass spins like a broken record, every tragedy becomes just another opportunity to play victim and point fingers.
When your beats are hotter than a summer on Mercury, and your fan base is bigger than some countries, indie feels like a punchline.
Thai government reports 145 flood deaths, praises its disaster management. When your strategy is to pat yourself on the back during a catastrophe, the only thing drowning faster than people is accountability.
In a world obsessed with auto-tuned immortality, Sabune's raw edge reminds us that genuine artistry is the ghost in the machine we all crave.
Scientists claim kissing predates humans by millions of years, yet it still doesn't prevent your date from being a total flop. Turns out, swapping spit is an ancient tradition, but the real mystery is why evolution didn't weed out bad breath.
Iran's intelligence agency appoints 2 directors.
Trump proposes peace plan for Congo, promising resolution within weeks despite 30 years of ongoing conflict. The art of the deal meets the chaos of war. Let's hope Trump's peace initiative isn't as effective as his tax returns, missing and full of loopholes.
U.S. charges non-residents $100 to visit top national parks, calls it an America First initiative. Apparently, hiking through nature's splendor now comes with a side of economic nationalism. Guess Mother Nature's beauty is only skin deep when it comes to Uncle Sam's wallet.
CME technical outage disrupts markets, yet stocks rise to erase November losses. Nothing like a little chaos to remind us that Wall Street's wild ride is powered by glitches and gambles, not economic genius.
Fan gropes Mario during Detroit show, redefining concert goer as boundary buster. When did going to a gig become a contact sport? Keep your hands to yourself, people. You're there to clap, not cop a feel.
Fire engulfs Hong Kong towers, killing at least 30 while several remain trapped inside. In a city where the skyline kisses the clouds, tragedy strikes at the base. As the flames rise, so do questions about safety and response.
Only 91% of Italian hearts remain intact, and Vanoni's melodies still echo in every cracked one. Her voice was a lighthouse in the fog of life, guiding a nation through 70 years of love, loss, and la dolce vita.
Gulp shields Missouri gerrymander, blocking voter access, then calls it democracy. When democracy becomes a spectator sport, the game riggers wear elephant pins. Gerrymandering is the art of drawing lines, but here it's a masterpiece of dodging accountability.
U.S. Army Secretary predicts Ukraine's defeat, then offers peace plan like a band-aid for a bullet wound. When the messenger brings bad news and a solution, it's just a matter of who bleeds first and who profits later.
U.S. President shields envoy Witkoff after leaks suggest coaching Russia, claims it's just international mentorship gone rogue. When the coach plays for the opposing team, it's hard to know if you're watching a game or a betrayal in real time.
Trump hails Ukraine deal progress. Oil holds steady. Then markets brace for a Russian crude flood. When the peace pipeline opens, the oil slicks the path for geopolitics in a barrel. From embargo to embrace, it's all a dance of supply and demand.
KNDS France collaborates with SMPP Ammunition to manufacture the 15.5mm Kata guided shell in India, labeling it a peace initiative.
Only 12% of Americans support Bernie Sanders, and the establishment calls it a fringe movement. When truth and compassion become fringe, the mainstream's just a river of denial flowing through a desert of greed.
Armenia withdraws from CSTO, Alan Simonian confirms, then the alliance loses a chess piece. In the grand game of geopolitics, Armenia flips the board and walks away, leaving the Collective Security Treaty Organization to ponder a new strategy without its wild card.
Mountains heat up 0.21 degrees faster than lowlands, yet climate deniers call it a natural cycle. When the peaks melt into puddles, maybe the deniers can float their theories on a raft of ignorance.
Russia and Ukraine launch drone strikes during US-led peace talks, proving peace is just a punchline. When diplomacy's a drone show, the only thing flying higher than tensions is the hypocrisy.
Trump administration rehires 26,000 experts, claims to cut muscle, not fat. In a dazzling display of bureaucratic gymnastics, the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, vanished like a mirage, leaving behind a bloated workforce and a trail of bewildered taxpayers.
Dutch media moguls beg informateur for support, then keep airing reality TV. When your media landscape's more scripted than your politics, even the news needs commercial breaks.
Microsoft Teams Guest Access disables Defender, then claims it enhances collaboration. When your security's as robust as a paper shield, even your defenses need defending from themselves.
Australia limits high-risk loans, then wonders why housing's unaffordable. When half your paycheck's swallowed by a mortgage, it's like trying to fill a bathtub with a sieve.
Novo Nordisk unveils diabetes shot with 14.5% weight loss, claims it's a game changer. In the pharmaceutical circus, Novo's new concoction promises to shrink waistlines and expand wallets, proving once again that health is the best side effect of profit.
US peace plan borrows from Russian document, then claims it's original. When your peace plan's a remix of the aggressor's notes, it's like claiming credit for a cover song that no one wanted.
Only 20% of musicians make a living from their craft, and your harp calls it progress. In the symphony of life, quitting music is like silencing a rebellious heart. Keep playing even if the world pretends not to listen.
Chancellor promises growth, delivers stagnation, then blames the weather. When your economic strategy is as effective as a chocolate teapot, it's time to stop blaming the clouds and start fixing the leaks.
When international agreements are held together with duct tape and good intentions, maybe it's time to admit the system is built on quicksand.
Apple Music crowns Tyler, the Creator Artist of the Year. Then the industry wonders why innovation feels like deja vu. In a world where creativity is a buzzword, Tyler's genius is the reality check that asks, are we truly listening or just scrolling?
Nelson County charges one man with 6 violent crimes, then wonders why trust in law enforcement is low. When your community's safety net is held together by the same hands that weave its nightmares, it's time to question who's really protecting whom.
US claims optimism in Ukraine peace talks, but bombs still drop on Kiev. Hope is a fragile thing when it's overshadowed by the thunder of artillery. Peace seems more like a mirage than a treaty.
Only 20% of today's teens recognize The Doors, and TikTok calls it discovering classics. When the music's over, the silence is filled with influencers lip-syncing to 30-second clips, mistaking nostalgia for knowledge.
Business Secretary denies workers' rights U-turn breaches labor manifesto, calls it innovative flexibility. When the backflip becomes a political pirouette, it's less about worker protection and more about the dance of plausible deniability. FBI investigates gunman's motive in ambush of guardsmen near White House, calls for calm. When you need a motive for chaos, just chuck the manual under America 2025 edition. The plot's always thick and the answers never stick.
In the wild west of healthcare, Wyoming's premiums are galloping off into the sunset, leaving residents to wrangle with their wallets. Yeehaw or yikes.
Alphabet gains 2% on Meta's AI chip deal, while Nvidia stumbles like a tech titan with untied shoelaces. It's the classic Silicon Valley shuffle. One giant's gain is another's faceplant. In the land of tech, today's ally is tomorrow's acquisition.
UK government considers scrapping most jury trials, promises justice for only the most sensational cases. In the latest episode of Democracy Right, the UK plans to serve justice like a Netflix special, only the juiciest crimes get the full courtroom drama.
Turkey unveils ancient Christian fresco for Pope, then quietly resumes erasing history on other days. A fresco here, a monument there. Turkey's selective archaeology is like an archaeological buffet where only the VIPs get a taste of the past.
Only 30% of countries maintain a consistent foreign policy, and the rest call it strategic adaptation. In a world where alliances shift like Tinder dates, consistency is as rare as a politician who sticks to their campaign promises.
Only 20% of returned Cambodian workers find jobs, while the government calls it a recovery. It's a heartwarming tale of how to turn a national crisis into a PR campaign, serving up empty plates and empty promises in one fell swoop.
Only 15% of people recognize past connections, and the rest call it déjà vu. When memory lane turns into a cul-de-sac of awkward revelations, you might find yourself wondering if fate is just a really bad stand-up comedian.
Cybercriminals deploy fake Windows update screen, then call it a security feature. In the digital Wild West, even your operating system is a Trojan horse dressed as a sheriff ready to rob you blind.
The Alkaline Trio releases Goodbye Forever in 1999, breaks hearts with an upbeat dirge. Nothing says punk rock like making the sound of a breakup feel like a mosh pit anthem. Cry, but keep the tempo.
When your moral compass points to Swiss bank accounts, you shouldn't be shocked when the magnetism gets noticed.
Theresa Payton warns holiday shoppers about scams, suggests vigilance while tech giants profit from your paranoia.
Barrick Mining agrees to pay Mali $430 million, calls it a strategic partnership. When a golden handshake costs more than Fort Knox, you start to wonder if the real gold mine is in the legal fees.
Only 50% of severe asthma patients stop steroids after monthly injections, and Big Pharma calls it a breakthrough. When reducing dependence on steroids means trading them for a monthly needle, you have to wonder if the cure is just a new kind of change.
Study shows Gaza life expectancy drops dramatically, while politicians debate semantics. When life expectancy falls faster than a political promise, maybe it's time to reconsider the human cost of endless conflict.
Hong Kong authorities report 128 dead in tower block fire, yet developers insist safety regulations are too expensive. When the cost of human life is less than the price of a fire escape, you might just be living in a concrete coffin built on greed.
Only 20% of music videos feature diverse protagonists, and record labels call it inclusive progress.
European Commission endorses EU passport cover, claims it's optional unity. When your grand gesture of unity is as optional as a gym membership, you know it's more about appearances than actual cohesion.
Xi Jinping raises Taiwan's future with Trump, despite claiming it's settled. When the world's two most powerful men talk about Taiwan's fate like it's a high-stakes poker chip, you know diplomacy's just a game of bluff and bluster.
Georgia judge dismisses Trump election case, calls it resolved. It's like a magic trick where the rabbit disappears, but everyone knows it's hiding in the hat. Justice served with a side of vanishing act.
Italy's Campi Flegrei supervolcano stirs ominously, yet tourists still flock to its slopes. When your vacation spot might become ground zero for a geological apocalypse, it's clear some people think YOLO means you only lava once.
Witkoff advised Russia on pitching Ukraine plan to Trump, ignoring American security interests. When real estate moguls play geopolitical chess, expect the boards to be made of monopoly money and the pieces to be nuclear.
Olivia Dean secures Ticketmaster refunds, shaming industry giants. When a newcomer does what legends won't, it's like watching David slap Goliath with a fan's wallet. Suddenly, the ticket scalpers look like dinosaurs.
The sham wow guy says he's running for Congress because who needs policy when you have absorbency? When infomercial pitchmen join politics, expect promises to soak up your tears and leave you drier than their product demonstrations.
Engineered fungus cuts emissions and tastes like meat, solving climate change one bite at a time. When your burger is grown in a lab, it's a tasty reminder that the future of food is more Frankenstein than farm to table.
Only 30% of famous singers live past 70, and the industry calls it destiny. When the spotlight's your coffin light, Fame's price isn't just your privacy, it's your life expectancy. Public adoration shouldn't come with an early expiration date.
Western leaders overlook obscure sanctions, claiming they're already doing enough to throttle Russia's war machine. It's like trying to stop a tank with a sternly worded letter. The West's strategy seems more missed opportunity than military genius.
2 oil tankers explode off Turkey's Black Sea coast, defying sanctions and common sense. Sanctioned or not, these tankers are playing a dangerous game of maritime roulette, where the house always wins and the sea deals the cards.
Vance's ally negotiates peace deal with Putin despite zero experience. When you send a toddler to do a diplomat's job, expect peace talks to sound more like a kindergarten squabble. World peace deserves more than a beginner's luck.
Court asked to restore special access for news.org to Trump's White House in a bid for nostalgia. The media's yearning for the golden days of chaos and controversy is like asking for a backstage pass to a circus that burned down.
Only 20% of music fans embrace Thrice's post-hardcore emo, and critics call it niche. When your anthem is The Abolition of Man, expect to be the soundtrack for existential crises set to a mosh pit. Emo never sounded so apocalyptic.
Trump administration orders U.S. Embassy to gather data on migrant crime in Australia, claiming it's a security measure. Collecting crime stats from a continent away feels like trying to stop a leaky faucet by talking to the neighbor's cat.
Macy's Thanksgiving Day parade adds 34 balloons, calls it tradition. Because nothing says gratitude like inflating cartoon characters to distract us from the empty calories of consumer culture.
Only 40% of global energy investment goes to fossil fuels, and Exxon calls it progress. When even big oil is hedging its bets on solar, you know economic sense hits like a Tesla in autopilot. Welcome to the future, where green is the new black gold.
India's economy grows 8.2% in the second quarter, while the poor still can't afford onions. Economic growth is great unless you're too busy counting your pennies to notice. For many, it seems prosperity is just a headline, not a reality.
Keir Starmer defends budget, claiming it aligns with manifesto, while scrapping the two-child cap remains a long-standing ambition. The classic political dance, promise with one hand, take with the other. Ambition's a lovely word for something that never seems to happen, isn't it?
UK budget forces Rachel Reeves into a trilemma. Fix finances, satisfy public, keep promises, and still nobody's happy. The trilemma where you can only pick two: save the economy, keep your promises, or avoid public outrage. Spoiler alert, the third option's always a crowd favorite.
Study finds stress kills hair follicles in mice but calls it resource conservation. Turns out your hair isn't just a fashion statement, it's a luxury item your body decides to repossess when stress hits the fan. Who knew boldness was nature's budgeting strategy?
Because nothing says childhood wonder like a Bluetooth-enabled speaker teaching your toddler to crave the latest overpriced gadget. Who needs imagination when you've got curated playlists?
Israeli military kills Palestinians, claiming defense against toddlers. When radicalization lets you rewrite the rules of engagement, every tragic loss becomes a footnote in the narrative of security. It's a tale as old as time, power unchecked, justice unclaimed.
Georgian government bans protests, igniting nightly resistance. When your voice is louder than their silence, the streets become an anthem of defiance. In the face of repression, even the smallest spark can light a fire they can't extinguish.
Venture capitalists buy zombie startups, calling it innovation. When your business plan is a cocktail napkin and your profits are a ghost story, even the undead can find a second life in the hands of hold forever investors. It's like buying a haunted house and calling it a theme park.
When the line between inspiration and imitation is thinner than a manga panel, originality becomes a rare Pokemon. But hey, why not just catch 'em all and call it a retrospective?
Only 42% of retirees delay benefits, and Social Security calls it a choice. When the system dangles a carrot at 62, they know life's too short to wait for the stick. Why not cash in, hit the road, and make every sunset count while playing life's caretaker and globetrotter?
White House uses Taylor Swift's song, calls it patriotic. When the soundtrack of resistance gets hijacked for a TikTok parade, silence can sound like a symphony of complicity. Swifties, are you ready for it?
Suffolk Globe poll shows Markey leading Moulton, but Presley triumphs. In the political arena, it's a game of musical chairs where only the boldest voices get a seat. Ayanna Presley's got the beat in the seat.
When inclusion gets labeled as an attack, it's clear some folks are stuck in a time warp. The merit badges are for progress, not prejudice.
Malaysia cuts Afil's stake to 9%, calls it strategic repositioning. When a pension fund decides to play musical chairs with its assets, you know someone's spreadsheet just got a little too adventurous for comfort.
Marjorie Taylor Greene predicts GOP defeat, says they'll lose the House. When even the party's loudest cheerleader starts singing a funeral march, you know the elephants are about to trip over their own trunks.
Celine Dion shares health update, battles stiff person syndrome with grace. Even when her body's betraying her, Celine's voice remains a lighthouse in the sea of celebrity chaos, guiding fans to gratitude.
Jair Bolsonaro starts 27-year prison sentence, claims innocence in every language. From presidential palace to prison cell, Bolsonaro's political career now mirrors a Shakespearean tragedy, ambition.
Four more suspects detained in Louvre heist, yet the jewels remain as elusive as a politician's promise. The authorities are playing a high-stakes game of hide-and-seek, while the jewels could be anywhere from a Swiss vault to a cereal box.
Michelle Yeoh goes viral, chanting her character's initials during Wicked tour, proving even Oscar winners can geek out. In a world where actors are often too cool for school, Yeoh's unabashed enthusiasm reminds us that magic isn't just for movies, it's in the moments of pure, unfiltered joy.
Nature Swaps Twist 1 and OSR2 labels in Crohn's study, then calls it a minor oversight in their November 2025 publication. Mixing up genetic labels is like confusing a fire extinguisher with a flamethrower. Small error, massive consequences.
Kristi Noem transfers alleged Venezuelan gang members to El Salvador, then claims it strengthens national security. In the game of international hot potato, it's always comforting to know who's willing to pass the buck, especially when it's wrapped in human rights concerns.
Soleil the Belgian sheepdog wins Best in Show, proving once again that beauty contests are for everyone, fur and all. While human pageants still debate swimsuit rounds, dogs have already mastered the art of winning hearts with wagging tails and soulful eyes. Who's really the best in show here?
Witkoff's Kremlin call leak suggests espionage drama, but the real mystery is why Trump needs advice on staying cozy with Moscow. In the world of geopolitical intrigue, it seems the most perplexing question is why a former real estate mogul needs tips on playing nice with the Kremlin. Maybe he should stick to building towers.
EU grants relief package. When life gives you lemons, make EU-funded lemonade. Just don't mention the sour aftertaste.
Australian inquest links Joel Cochie's drug use to Bondi Junction stabbings, as if illicit substances needed more bad press. When the toxic cocktail of drugs and desperation collides at a shopping mall, it's clear that the real horror story is our ongoing failure to address addiction's root causes.
Tadare botnet infiltrates Windows systems, enticing victims with game lures and Ethereum-based command structures, while cybersecurity sleeps. Like a gamer's Trojan horse, the botnet plays the long con, mining data while your antivirus plays hide-and-seek with yesterday's threats.
Dutch PM Rutte denies Russia a veto over Ukraine's NATO bid, proving that geopolitical chess is really just a game of keep away with democracy. When a former KGB agent tries to play gatekeeper for NATO, it's a bit like Dracula volunteering as a blood bank security guard. Conflict of interest much.
Dora Gola releases Dance with Danger, hailed as a haunting debut, but the real danger is the music industry's echo chamber. With critics circling like vultures, Gola's spirit-soaked sound might just be the exorcism we need from repetitive radio playlists.
Chloe Zhao's Hamnet premieres, promising heartbreak, but Agnes Hathaway's mushroom obsession leaves audiences questioning if the real drama is fungi-related. If Oscar bait is a forest, then Hathaway's woodland wanderings might just be the metaphorical detour to the award circuit.
OpenAI's ChatGPT sparked a 20% surge in tech stocks, while Main Street waits for the trickle-down. When algorithms play stockbroker, The rich get richer and the rest of us get better at reading the fine print.
Trump demands Turkey pardons, wars counters with MRI results demand, proving Thanksgiving is now a medical drama, not just a culinary one. If Thanksgiving politics were a medical checkup, Walz just asked Trump to step on the scale and say, "Ah, for democracy."
Tunisia releases Damani after international pressure, but President Said's critics still face an uphill battle. In the land of Jasmine, dissent smells like danger and freedom is a game of musical chairs played to a dictator's tune.
Mercury removes 44% of PFOA in lab tests, yet PFAS industry still calls it a minor inconvenience. Turns out the tiniest of heroes are out there scrubbing our mess, while the chemical giants shrug and keep cashing in on their toxic legacy.
%63% of tech stocks nosedive in November, and investors call it a calculated gamble. In the casino of Silicon Valley, the house always wins, but the gamblers keep doubling down on their AI roulette wheels.
Elton John reveals devastating eye issues post-infection, but the music industry's vision remains profit-centered. Even as legends suffer, the industry's sight is set on dollar signs, blind to the human cost of relentless exploitation.
Donald Trump attempts to broker peace in Ukraine, but chaos is his true currency. When the art of the deal meets the art of war, it's the innocents who get painted into a corner.
Only 60% of Americans know John Quincy Adams held Secretary of State for 11 years, and history textbooks call it progress. In a nation obsessed with trivia, the real quiz is why we remember the years but forget the lessons of diplomacy and integrity.
Eminem's grandson watched him perform at Thanksgiving, but the turkey still had more flavor. When Granddad's rapping at halftime, you know the generational divide's been crossed like a bridge over troubled waters, or maybe just a football field.
Germany and France battle for Canadian submarine contract, but the ocean stays dry.
Sadiq Khan urges Nigel Farage to apologize for racism claims, but Farage's silence remains louder than his rhetoric. When the apology is as absent as Farage's humility, it's like waiting for a bus that never arrives, except this ride's fueled by privilege, not petrol.
James Cameron nearly directed Wicked, but claimed he couldn't find the song. Seems like the king of the deep sea got lost in a Broadway puddle. Maybe next time try following the yellow brick road, James.
When justice is dispensed from the barrel of a gun, peace becomes the collateral damage of power's relentless pursuit.
Hegseth orders Caribbean boat strike demands total annihilation. When orders are barked like a twisted video game quest, human lives become mere pixels in the hands of unchecked power.
Vietnam approves Russia's cancer vaccine Pembrolizumab, and everyone pretends it's not a geopolitical chess move. When life gives you cancer, make it a Cold War sequel. Nothing screams, "We care about your health," like a side of diplomacy with your vaccine.
Only 20% of defense forces track Chinese flotilla, and officials call it vigilance. When your defense strategy is a half-hearted peek through the blinds, don't be surprised when the neighbors start rearranging your garden.
When the robots rise, it's not with lasers, but with a staggering electricity bill, and Osa for Gas is ready to cash in on the payoff.
Macron unveils peace plan with Russia, promises French, British and Turkish soldiers will handle training and security post-peace. Because nothing says peace like a trio of European powers preparing to babysit a former superpower. It's like hiring a wolf to guard the henhouse, only this time the hens are armed.
Trump envoy demands Ukraine cede land for peace, then claims it's a diplomatic breakthrough. In the world of deals, giving away someone else's land is the new art form, and diplomacy is just a game of Monopoly with real-world consequences.
Airbus recalls thousands of A320s after flight control glitch, insists it's just a minor turbulence. When your billion-dollar aircraft turns into a rebellious teenager, you issue a recall and call it a learning experience in aerodynamics.
Venezuela blocks 6 airlines, escalating tensions with the US as skies become potentially hazardous. Looks like Venezuela's playing a high-stakes game of air traffic roulette, where the only prize is a one-way ticket to diplomatic turbulence. Fasten your seatbelts, folks. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
Colombian court sentences Santiago Uribe to 28 years, claims it's justice when it's really a family affair gone sour. When your brother's presidential legacy includes a side of criminal conviction, it's less about governance and more like a telenovela with prison bars.
China's price wars push Meituan to its first loss since 2022, but they call it competitive strategy. When survival means slicing margins thinner than a spring roll wrapper, you're not in a market, you're in a gladiator pit with chopsticks.
Trump boosts ex-user demanding third impeachment, yet claims it's all part of the plan. When your social media strategy is as stable as a Jenga tower in a hurricane, you might just impeach yourself before Congress gets the chance.
Polish MP declares Poland is for Poles not Jews at Auschwitz, then claims it's about preserving culture. Cultural preservation sounds like a bad history lesson. It's time to fire the teacher and rewrite the syllabus.
DC shooting injures National Guard members. Then officials declare safety is our top priority. When bullets fly and platitudes follow, it's clear that the only thing being protected is the illusion of control.
When your real estate market's on a sugar high, even a Danish pastry might seem like a risky investment.
Russian Red Cross partners with Kremlin in occupied territories, then receives increased international funding. When charity dances with power, the world pays the tab, but who gets fed remains a mystery wrapped in red tape.
Only 12% of jam bands achieve radio play, and Billy and the Kids call it a breakthrough.
When your band name sounds like a daycare center, getting noticed might require more than just a killer riff.
Putin advisors plot Trump strategy. Leaked call reveals their chess game of egos and nuclear footballs. When world leaders gossip like teenagers, it's geopolitical reality TV. But the stakes are nuclear and nobody wins. From Queen.
Jaguar Land Rover parent touts Chetak, claims it will electrify India's roads with bargain battery-powered cars. When luxury brands promise affordability, it's like offering caviar on a ramen budget. Delicious in theory, but you're still left hungry.
France's top court upholds Sarkozy's conviction, proving even ex-presidents can't expense their way out of trouble. When your campaign budget looks more like a billionaire's shopping spree, you might just end up with a one-way ticket to Convictionville.
When the state tells you how to say goodbye to your ancestors, it's not just about ashes, it's about burning bridges with the past.
UK's pound and bonds surge despite chaotic tax hiking budget, proving confusion is the new stability. When your financial strategy is a Mad Hatter's Tea Party, sometimes the currency just sips its way to success.
Senator Jim Justice and his wife sued for $5 million in unpaid taxes, proving some folks treat tax season like a suggestion. When your tax bill's larger than your yacht, maybe it's time to stop playing Monopoly with public trust and start paying the piper.
Only 33% of music lovers know Cardiac's Tarred and Feathered, yet it remains a cult classic. When your tunes are like a Picasso painting, only the boldest ears dare to frame them.
Trump threatens Democrats with vengeance, yet insists he's the savior democracy didn't ask for. When your leadership style mirrors a soap opera villain, it might be time to rethink your qualifications for the highest office.
Israeli government detains teenager for 9 months, claims it was for security reasons. When a teenager comes out of prison underweight and with scabies, the security excuse wears thinner than his health. Only 30% of people exposed to wealth disparity support redistribution, and billionaires call it envy. When the ultra-rich flaunt their gold-plated lifestyles, it's like rubbing salt in the wound of economic inequality, sparking more division than solidarity.
American healthcare giants rake in billions, while patients struggle to afford their own survival. When your business thrives on illness, it's hard to tell if your profits are from healing or just milking the sick.
U.S. jobless claims fall to 216,000, and the Labor Department calls it stability. In the land of stars and stripes, fewer jobless claims sparkle like sequins on a struggling economy, distracting from the millions still clinging to their unemployment lifelines.
Ukraine agrees to peace proposal, claims only minor details remain, but Russia remains silent.
ESA plans lunar mission with German astronaut, calls it a leap for Europe. The European Space Agency is reaching for the stars, or at least the moon, aiming to prove that Germans can do more than engineer cars. Now they can engineer moonwalks too.
Google unveils custom AI chips, promises revolution but only disrupts the competition's profit margins. When the tech giants play chess with silicon, we're just pawns in the game of who controls our data faster.
Solar superstorm Gannon obliterates Earth's plasmasphere, calls it a new low. The sun decided to play cosmic dodgeball, and Earth forgot to duck, leaving our plasmasphere flatter than a pancake at a waffle convention.
Federal judge demands DOJ protect Epstein victims' names after 28 exposed. When even the justice system leaks like a sieve, the victim's right to anonymity becomes a tragic footnote in a scandalous saga.
Only 20% of art collectors appreciate paper messy, and the rest just want a selfie with the real deal. In a world where digital reigns supreme, a paper messy is the analog rebellion we didn't know we needed.
Spotify announces US price hike for early next year, ensuring your playlist costs more than your morning coffee.
Campbell's executive labels products as food for poor people, then gets canned faster than their soup. When your CEO's mouth spills more beans than the factory, it's time to reconsider your recipe for respect.
George Takei pens book on internment camps, then hopes history won't repeat itself in the age of ignorance. In a world where history is a broken record, Takei's book is the needle trying to get us back on track.
Euler promised 10 Vulcan rocket launches in 2025, but only one will fly. Looks like ULA's Vulcan ambitions have crashed back to Earth faster than their overpromised launch schedule.
U.S. exchange operators halt futures trading due to a glitch, proving technology is only flawless until it isn't. Turns out even Wall Street's digital overlords can be brought to their knees by a rogue line of code.
Layoffs hit second highest since 2009, then Wall Street calls it a necessary correction. When rich folks call mass layoffs a correction, what they really mean is correcting your life savings into their bonus checks.
Hong Kong government ends firefighting at blaze with 94 dead, leaving dozens missing in a chilling finale. When the flames are gone, the smoke of unanswered questions lingers, and accountability remains as elusive as survivors.
Swipe right on Chaos, Memoirs of a 20-something. When life gives you lemons, trade them for iced coffee and existential dread.
Extra Mile releases album Too Much in 2025, claiming to redefine music while redefining subtlety with a sledgehammer. When your band's name is Extra Mile, it's no surprise if you overreach, but maybe leave some room for nuance next time.
Trump administration pressures Thailand to open pork market despite domestic farmers bracing for an invasion of American bacon. When your trade policy is a frying pan, every foreign market looks like a slab of sizzling pork belly, ready to be flipped.
Belgian unions blockade major infrastructures, protesting against a far-right coalition they view as a dystopian nightmare. When your government feels like a bad sequel to a fascist regime, sometimes you need to remind them who truly runs the show.
Petrobras slashes 5-year plan to $109 billion, calls it a strategic retreat from the oil price battlefield. When your billion-dollar plan is to spend slightly fewer billions,
maybe it's time to question the wisdom of drilling for profit in a sinking market.
Keelan ransomware exploits South Korean MSP breach, metamorphosing into the 28-victim Korean leaks data heist. When your entire cybersecurity strategy crumbles like a house of cards, maybe it's time to stop playing poker with hackers who have aces up their sleeves.
Warner Bros. Discovery demands second-round bids by December 1st, proving capitalism's favorite game is Monopoly. When your content strategy is whoever pays more wins, maybe you should make a movie about the art of selling out.
Paris prosecutor announces 4 new arrests linked to the Louvre jewel heist, adding another twist to the saga.
When your recruitment strategy is hire the morally bankrupt, maybe it's time to close the business of bigotry.
Federal judge allows Nevada gaming regulators to act against Kalshi Inc., putting the odds against the prediction market startup. When your business is betting on outcomes, you'd better predict a showdown with the house, because the house always wins.
Five Democratic senators slam Trump administration for sweetheart deals with big tech, blaming soaring power bills on unchecked data center electricity consumption. When big tech servers gobble watts like candy, the real treat is the sugar rush of profit, leaving the rest of us with the bill.
Astutentis Chief Veron and team banned after Guard of Honor snub, proving sportsmanship is still an elective. In the world of football, it seems respect is harder to find than a ref who doesn't need glasses.
Trump promises to permanently pause migration from all third world countries, aiming to seal borders with a wall of rhetoric. Just when you thought the welcome mat couldn't get any smaller, it's now microscopic, the land of opportunity now with limited access.
Council agrees on check control position after years, as if privacy concerns were optional.
French police arrest 4 more suspects in Louvre heist. Still no sign of 88 million euros in jewels. It's like Ocean's 11 but with more baguettes and less Clooney. Maybe the jewels are hiding in plain sight, like the Mona Lisa's smile.
Labour strikes deal with Greens and nature laws. Critics call it a dirty deal and rant through. When political theatre meets environmental masquerade, you get a performance where the only green is the cash-lining pockets.
Meta launches Horizon Hyperspace World. Users can teleport into Kyle's virtual home, but not fix its real-world rent.
Only 10% of indie bands break through, and Marlin's dreaming hopes a cheeky tune will be their golden ticket. In a world where algorithms decide fame, it's refreshing to see a band daring to dream beyond the digital tide.
Trump orders Rush Hour 4 production. Claims it will boost American culture and GDP simultaneously. Because when you can't govern, you might as well distract the masses with a buddy cop.
Ravens game broadcasts only seconds of Lil Jon's halftime show, calls it a teaser. When your big entertainment moment is reduced to a Vine-length clip, you know the network's priorities are as scrambled as their signal.
Only one album a day gets the spotlight and the rest gather dust. In the world of music reviews, it's like speed dating with sound. Swipe left on yesterday's tunes and hope today's melody doesn't come with a side of disappointment.
Bedroom indie artist Chester Blue Mile releases Who Are You? I Don't Know, hoping it's not just another echo in the algorithmic void. In a world where bedroom artists battle for bandwidth, Chester's funk-infused introspection might just be the existential groove we all need.
Rachel Reeves axes two-child benefit cap, then raises taxes as OBR apologizes for leaking details. Reeves claims reducing child poverty is the government's job, yet slicing the two-child benefit cap seems more like a fiscal guillotine than a lifeline.
Vatican condemns polyamory, claims succession of faces lacks depth, yet overlooks centuries of its own colourful history. The Vatican, ever the bastion of exclusive unions, seems to forget that variety is the spice of life, unless you're spicing up a convent.
Rachel Reeves freezes income tax thresholds. Freezing thresholds is like locking the thermostat in a heat wave. As inflation rises, so do your tax payments, while your real income melts away.
DOJ allegedly exposes Epstein survivors' names and files, turning privacy into collateral damage. In a plot twist worthy of a bad thriller, the DOJ seems to think protecting victims means putting them in the spotlight.
Hong Kong authorities deploy real-time tracking for Tai Po fire victims, yet families still rely on social media updates. In the digital age, it seems the best emergency response tool is still a hashtag. When officials lag, citizens tag.
New Zealand court sentences Hak-Yen Lee to life for hiding her children's bodies in suitcases, calling it justice. When motherhood takes a dark turn, the law steps in with a sentence that fits the unfathomable crime.
Hong Kong blaze kills 94. Officials call it an unfortunate incident. When tragedy strikes, bureaucracy offers thoughts and prayers, while fire safety takes a backseat to budget cuts.
Hasalita Amin promises insight, but her latest guest was a chatbot discussing the future coffee prices. When the campaign forecast takes center stage, in other news cycles, one of decaf and desperation.
Only 10% of countries gain forest, and the timber industry calls it a victory. When deforestation is the norm, a few new trees are like applying a band-aid to a gaping wound.
The Ketel Gomez sends flowers to Robert Irwin, sparking more gossip than a tabloid at a celebrity rehab.
Only 5% of songs go viral.
US-Mexico border officials seize $10 million in meth, claiming it's just another salad day. When your Caesar salad comes with a side of narcotics, maybe it's time to rethink your lunch choices.
When survival costs more than thriving, maybe the real abyss is in our priorities.
CME restores trading after outage, celebrates by pretending it never happened. When your financial lifeline has a hiccup, just call it a power nap and hope no one noticed Asia's panic attack.
Nova Equities rally extends for 4 days on Fed rate cutbacks, while the dollar weakens faster than a melting ice cream can. When Wall Street cheers the prospect of cheaper money, it's the economy that ends up paying the tab.
RealPage settles rent collusion lawsuit, claims it was just algorithmic matchmaking.
David Amram 95 defies categorization with his music, proving age is just a number and creativity has no expiration date. While some folks are content with bingo nights, Amram's still composing symphonies, reminding us that true artists never retire, they just get louder.
AI-generated recipes flood Thanksgiving tables, replacing grandma's stuffing with algorithmic concoctions as food bloggers face a digital drought. When your turkey tastes like it was coded in binary, maybe it's time to question if AI can truly capture the spice of life.
When your presidency's greatest hits include tantrums and conspiracy theories, it's hard to tell if you're leading a nation or a reality TV show.
IBM and Cisco plan quantum internet, promising to connect fault-tolerant systems while your Wi-Fi still struggles with buffering cat videos. Pioneering the future is great, but can we first get through a Zoom call without freezing mid-sentence? Priorities, folks, priorities.
Only 12% of aspiring musicians make a living from music, and this artist thinks a single track will break the mold. In a world of infinite playlists, sometimes it takes more than a catchy beat and a smiley emoji to get noticed. Cue the dance moves and cross your fingers.
EU bans number of protests, calls it public safety enhancement. When democracy starts sounding like a rebranded authoritarian regime, you know they're selling something, probably your rights, gift wrapped with a bow of bureaucratic doublespeak.
Swiss billionaires threaten to leave over new tax, proving even the Alps can't contain their greed. When the super rich get rattled, the rest of us might finally hear the sweet, sweet sound of justice clinking in the coffers. Time to yodel to fair play, Switzerland.
Trump vows U.S. land action in Venezuela soon, claiming to target drug networks. Just in time for the holidays, Trump gives us another international incident, because nothing says Thanksgiving like a side of geopolitical chaos with your turkey.
Dell offers 10% off in November 2025, solving none of your existential dread. Because nothing says holiday spirit like a discount on distraction. keeping you from pondering the void while your bank account gasps for air.
AI claims it can cook the entire market, then serves up a side of economic anxiety. While algorithms whip up financial soufflés, the rest of us are stuck with the leftovers of a system that leaves most people hungry.
Scientists find CBD makes 47,000 dogs initially aggressive, then mellow. Turns out, even dogs need a good toke to chill out, just like their human best friends. Who knew fetch could be so existential?
Syria relies on rain for 2/3 of France, and climate change withholds the water. When the heavens turn off the tap, farmers find themselves praying for a miracle, while politicians offer only empty promises.
When victory means 1,000 days of destruction, you start to wonder if the only strategy is making rubble look like progress.
Cave-In releases Terminal Deity in post-hardcore, metalcore glory, and listeners are head-banging. This track hits harder than a political scandal, and it's got more layers than a bureaucrat's excuse. Get ready to feel the sonic wrath.
Only 98% of Russian missiles intercepted, and Ukraine calls it insufficient. Macy's Thanksgiving Parade defies wind gusts, floats 99 balloons through NYC's concrete jungle. In a world where hot air reigns, Macy's proves even giant inflatables can endure a storm of bluster, both meteorological and metaphorical.
Man repeatedly rams rideshare with partner inside, calls it a love tap gone wrong. When love's a wrecking ball, even Cupid's arrows can't compete with the blunt force trauma of modern romance.
Cozy Earth launches Black Friday sale, promises comfort with a side of capitalist frenzy. Nothing says joy of the season like battling your neighbor for discounted bamboo sheets. Wrap yourself in luxury and the illusion that consumerism equals happiness.
Researchers introduce programmable knots for surgical stitches, claiming to untangle the mess of medical mishaps. Who knew that saving lives could be as simple as borrowing a page from your grandmother's knitting quilt? Next up, crochet chemotherapy.
UCOT court removes judge from Palestine action case, calls it routine procedure. When justice needs a timeout, just swap out the referee. Nothing like a routine judge swap to keep the legal system fresh and unpredictable, right?
Lebanon's government blames economic collapse on external forces, while politicians enjoy lavish lifestyles. As usual, when the going gets tough, the elites get going. On vacation, they say a rising tide lifts all yachts, not the people drowning below.
Putin demands peace on his terms, banking on Trump's flexibility. When peace is just another word for my way or the highway, diplomacy turns into a monopoly game where only one player owns all the hotels.
President Trump pardons Waddle missing turkey, then declares it Thanksgiving tradition. When even a turkey goes MEA at the White House, you can't help but wonder if it's seeking asylum. Maybe Waddle just wanted a head start on the holiday traffic.
Starmer reverses unemployment rights bill, igniting labor fury. When the party of workers starts moonwalking back on promises, it's like watching a punk band cover a corporate jingle. Awkward, dissonant, and a little too on the nose.
Indizi reports Argentina's economy grew 5% in September, calls it a victory over reality. When your economy expands like a balloon in a hurricane, you might want to check if it's full of hot air. Inflation's got its own growth spurt going on too.
Arsenal beats Bayern Munich 3-1, calls it a strategic masterclass. When Arsenal wins, it's less a football match and more an impromptu therapy session for fans who thought hope was a myth.
In a world where diplomacy's measured in photo ops and press releases, South Africa's win
Electro-industrial track This Is Capitalism by Snog drops, and it's as subtle as a chainsaw at a tea party. If capitalism is the dance floor, Snog just set it on fire with a synth-fueled Molotov cocktail. Dance like shareholder, value depends on it.